Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to yet another ArchCast, where, as usual, everyone else is late. Lumi does have a sort of kind of excuse, and this does allow us to bring up a more serious topic before the rest of the low IQ intervention individuals start hoarding in here, because we've really got to sit down and have a proper talk about this, okay? This whole thing here, this. We need to agree that the Haka is beginning to get a little bit cringe. Okay? We need to finally agree that this has gone on for long enough. It was cute when the Savages did it once. It was kind of adorable when the Savages did it twice. But now, it's going a bit too far. Now it's starting to happen in Parliament. It is no longer okay, chat. We must put them back in their rightful place. That's all I'm saying.
I'm here.
Hello, Tev.
Hold on. You're streaming? You already started?
Yes, you're late.
Oh, who else is late?
Lumi, but she has an excuse.
Oh, what's her excuse?
Birthday for her child.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
I don't think she can hear you, Dev, but...
Nah, I know, but still. It's a good excuse.
It is. It's a fairly good excuse, everything considered. I was just warming chat up with a discussion that we need to have about the Haka. We need to abolish the Haka, okay? It needs to happen now.
What's going on?
Heresy's the question.
The silly little Maori dance they do where they scream and shake themselves.
Oh, fuck. So you're talking about that thing from the New Zealand Parliament, right?
Yes.
Where she was basically just chimping out.
Yes.
Fuck, it was so stupid.
See, I wasn't going to use the term chimping out because of the unfortunate connotations, but yes.
Nah, I'll use it. I don't give a fuck. Man, it's so dumb.
It's like, okay.
I have no respect for the barbarian cultures at this point.
Absolutely. It was cute when they did it the first time. Like, oh, look, the losers of countless wars are doing their little war dance. Oh.
Fire is the answer.
But then it took off. And now they're all doing it as if it's some kind of dunk, I guess. So now there's people celebrating their 5,000-year-old barbarian cannibalist culture in a parliament built upon that of the great United Kingdom. It's like, no.
Yeah, it's so dumb. Oh, it's so stupid.
It comes across as the turd-flinging monkeys having somehow broken their way into the halls of power, and now they're shitting on the fine leather upholstery.
Yeah. Basically, we're not going to get... We are not going to have any progress beyond this whole all cultures are equal and beautiful bullshit until the progressives are fucking marched out.
Yeah, it's absurd. Like, here you have a civilization whose greatest achievement is the canoe, standing in the halls of parliamentary democracy, sticking their tongues out and chanting, like, holy shit. How did we arrive at this point?
Well, it came from us no longer having a backbone, in a sense, right? Like, there was I watched a debate. It was a debate between these two academics. It was on Trigonometry's channel, and basically the guy who was a liberal basically said that if liberal democratic capitalism is going to survive, it needs to be muscular. He used the term muscular liberalism to basically say, like,
fire is
we have like certain rights and freedoms, and we have all of these institutions and legal structures we've built up around us, but they always fall to too much tolerance, and there has to be some level of enforced decorum.
Well,
and you can't simply be like, well, we're all just, everyone's equal here and everyone's valid and we're all gonna, like, no. We also have a culture, and we also have we also have ideas of right and wrong. And if you're going to come and live in our spaces, you have to abide by them.
Well, yeah, because we already have the things that are supposed to be stopping this. In this case, it is the sergeant at arms. It's the dude with the stick who's supposed to go in there and corral the shits when they get out of line. Like, we have the methodology for dealing with this, but we cannot apply it.
Yep. Rip. Oh well.
The Haka needs to end. The Haka needs to end. Europe needs to reassert its dominance over lesser cultures. It's that simple. Anyways, how are you?
Good. Working hard.
Yes, Dev, why do you hate squirrels?
Why not? They're annoying, man. You ever see them like crawling around your yard and it's like, ugh. They're leaving shit everywhere. They're chewing through things. Ugh.
They're squirrels, Dev.
Heresy's
They're small.
the question.
They're not really that big of a
the
pest.
answer.
I live in the forest.
Yeah, shoot him with your BB gun. Pew.
Dev, your crusade to adopt the worst optics positions in history is...
I remember I've had a few conversations with Artemis where Artemis like privately he'll never say this on stream, but privately he was like, listen, I know that you're right about this, but the optics on it are really bad. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm right about it. And disregard optics. Always pursue truth. That's how it is.
I don't know, Dev. I don't know. Getting aboard the yes, the government should kill people's pets train is it's a weird hill to die on.
He wasn't a pet, Arch. That's the point.
I don't know. I think that's the governmental definition side of you speaking.
Wait, did you actually watch my video on the whole Peanut the squirrel thing?
I did.
Yeah, it was like a 10-minute kind of jokey video.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm more surprised than anything that it became a story in the first place. It's such a non-story. You know, it's like it's one of those things that I only barely care about. And I did a video on it because it was like a viral event. So like I might as well talk about it for a bit. But like the people who think that like, oh man, the squirrel the peanut story is what turned the tide for Trump in the national elections. Like, you guys got to calm the fuck down with that shit.
Listen, chat. I think Pocahontas took place in Canada, so the savages are still there. But beyond savages being savages in a form of democracy that they themselves could never and have never invented, that generally does trigger me a little bit. I guess we'll save the Twitch thing for later when Lum Lum shows up, but something a bit interesting happened. Did you see this? This broke literally today, where Disney pulled an episode of some fucking god-awful TV show animation thingy where one of the characters is coming out as trans.
I think I might know what you're talking about because I posted something about that as well. Just give me a moment here if I can find it. What's the show? What is the show called?
Moon Girl and the Devil Dinosaur. I cringe just by saying the name.
What the Moon Girl?
Yeah, it's a Marvel show apparently.
Oh, is it like related to Moon Knight or whatever?
No, I think it's just a stupid child that has a pet dinosaur. I don't fucking know. It looks really
I'm scrolling through my
shit.
timeline trying to find what I posted, but I realized I posted a bunch of Mike Tyson memes recently. Did you watch that?
Only
Mike
a couple of the
versus-
clips. It's very apparent that this was that was a massively rigged fucking fight. But hey, if anybody expected differently, why?
Yeah. Well, also, did you see Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson's ass coming full out on Netflix?
Yes, did see that.
Oh God, it's like, good job, guys, good job.
Yeah, if anyone out there was expecting the boxing match between a viral influencer and a 56-year-old boxer to be an actual fight, I don't know what I don't know what you're on, but I kind of like the prescription too.
Okay, I found it here. I'll post this in live links. Why do you have link channel and live links?
Because live links is what we are currently using. Link channel is just to dump random interesting stuff. And it's being usually abused.
We do that in talk here, though.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be used for that. It's supposed to be used for chatting, but there you go.
This place is fucked. Okay, here. I gotta go for like 2 minutes, but I'll be back. But while I go, just watch this clip here, okay? 'Cause this is from a very left-wing account. A black creative that speaks real and makes video essays, because of course they all fucking do on the left.
Speaks real.
Yeah.
I'm a black person.
Guys,
Fire is the answer.
guys, the writers are bringing class consciousness into their shows again, and this is from the same show that just got pulled from Disney. So just check this out.
Lovely.
Brooklyn!
I'm sorry.
No. I think you're onto something.
It's all cracked and pixelated, like a screen.
If this is a screen, then there's gotta be something real behind it.
We've been trying to play by the rules, but when the game is rigged, that doesn't work. So...
We make our own rules. Instead of playing the game, we have to break through this whole system.
Ah, yes, systemic racism. I feel like I've heard this song and dance once or 17 times before. I love the group as well. You've got every which shade of brown, and then the token Asian chick is over there like, hello, I am the diversity hire. Good. So, god damn it, we're trying to break through reality. We need to ban entertainment, okay? We just need, 5 years of nothing, okay? 5 years of absolutely nothing being produced, so that shit like this will just expire. That is what we need. That is what we desperately, desperately need.
Now, just keep in mind, Arch,
Marvel.
I think in the clip she said something like, when the system is rigged against us, we should tear it down and dismantle it or something, right?
Of course.
Now, that sounds like a certain political faction, maybe, say 4 years ago, when they might have lost an election. And also a certain political faction, let's say 2 weeks ago, when they might have lost an election.
Oh, this is... This is classic left-wingism, though. The thing is, I do not agree with you on this point. The right only began to complain about the system when the system was actually favoring the left-wing hardcore. Like, we have now a system of stacked differentials, with the left being given supreme prominence, with both in the form of NGOs, legislation, and governmental action. That is actually an oppressive system. There is a difference between rebelling against a system that oppresses you because you want to be gender fluid pansexual, and a system that actually applies the law differently based on your sexuality.
That's true. But the more general point I was making was that it's just kind of funny because, as we all know, sorry chat, but the Republicans did lose in 2020. It wasn't stolen from them. However, everyone who loses nowadays seems to blame the system rather than looking inward and figuring out where they went wrong. And that's kind of the point that I'm getting at. Like, there was, back in 2012, from fucking Rachel Maddow, of all people, she gave this great speech on her show where she said, listen, the Republicans lost, and they need to look inside themselves and figure out why they lost, or else they will continue to lose. And she was right. And the Republicans did lose quite badly with Mitt Romney. But then in 2016, she was crying about how everyone is racist and sexist and how terrible everyone is, because of course she was in 2016, right? But the issue, though, is that it's when you are legitimately handed an L, it's easy to turn around and blame everyone else or blame the system. And sometimes it is everyone else. Sometimes it is the system. That happens sometimes. But the first thing you have to do is you have to look inward and put your own house in order, right? That is the basic Jordan Peterson advice is, set your own house in order before you go start blaming the rest of the world for the problems that you face. And frankly, no one does that anymore. The rightoids didn't do it in 2020, and the leftoids aren't doing it now. I'm sure you've seen all those fucking TikToks of left-wing people screaming about how Donald Trump stole the election. I'm just sitting here thinking, how did Trump possibly steal 2024? What power does he have to rig a 2024 election? The answer is none, obviously, right? So it's one of those things where I don't know exactly what changed, but it somehow became socially acceptable to be shameless enough that you simply view yourself as perfect and the system is flawed, rather than saying, oh shit, I fucked up. which should be the first thing that you say before tackling other more systemic issues.
Oh, it's actually, I can tell you exactly what changed in this case, because it's not that difficult. We saw the prominence of a organization, of a political thought, that was actually intent on legitimately rigging the system for its own benefit. That's what happened.
I mean, yeah, but this has gone both ways now, though.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you can't go both sides when one side instigated. It's like, why, America? Why are you invading France? Because there are Nazis over there.
Okay, but like, I'm not sure it's that simple.
I think it's that simple.
Because, like, I recall back in 2012, Donald Trump was saying that the election was rigged against Mitt Romney. And it wasn't rigged against Mitt Romney. Like, he was just pulling that directly out of his ass. He had no reason to say that. He had no reason to think that. He was just saying it because he's Trump and he's on Twitter and he wasn't a politician yet, so who fucking cares, right? But, like, this isn't something that you can solely blame on the left, I don't think. Though the left has a lot to blame, you can blame on them. But, like, it might just be like this is now just the era that we live in. This is just a result of the post-truth era, you know, where it's like, well, when you lose, don't look inward, just attack the system that handed you the loss, you know?
To a degree, but I think it has a lot more to do with the fact that parts of the system have actually been rigged. And this comes as well from the fact that we grew up often in the late 90s and 2000s, which was our golden age, which is now long lost, where we actually had a period of positive progressivism, where we were solving all of our issues. Like, discrimination was a bad word, racism was horrific, and we had positive inclusion. Like, the Prince of Bel-Air, so always the example I bring up, where they were supposed to have a white family taking in a black kid to be like, look at this silly black child. And then they decided to do it a whole black family to try and give an idea that, okay, you can actually have rich black people as a way to, you know, have that inclusion. This then went out of control, and since we were beginning to adopt left-wing values, we literally did not understand the forces we were unleashing, and so we met them in a spirit of good faith. Oh, you want representation? Oh, okay, that sounds cool. Here, have some. More. Oh, okay. More. And 24 years later...
No, I know exactly what you mean. When it comes to representation. I get that. But I'm talking more specifically about like the actual institutions that make up government.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see it there too. Hate crimes. Hate crimes is the personification of this, where you have a crime being made more severe by the skin color of the people involved. This should and would be abhorrent.
I'm trying to think about it for a minute.
Or
because, like,
positive racial discrimination. Like, there in California, for example, you are required to look for diverse businesses before hiring the best business.
Yeah, I've always thought that DEI shit like that is just fucking disgusting, and no one should be supporting it. And it is on the way out, and thankfully it is on the way out.
Fire is the answer.
No, in terms of like the hate crime thing, I understand the logic of not making hate crimes an actual crime themselves, but making it like an exacerbating factor when it comes to sentencing. I think I'm probably okay with that, right? Like, if you decide to walk up and kick the shit out of somebody, it's one thing. But then if you kick the shit out of somebody, and then when the police question you, you're like, I did it because they're black. And then you get like an extra sentence slapped on because of that. I don't necessarily think that's bad.
Why?
Well, because we take motivation into account all the time whenever we talk about what you should be charged with, what you should be sentenced with.
Yes, but why is that motivation? Why is that motivation worse than I just didn't like him?
Well, for the same reason that it would be if you decided to attack someone because they're white. Like, if you beat up someone who was white and then the cop sat you down, you said, I kicked his ass because he's white. Okay. You should also be hit with that exacerbated charge.
Okay, but why?
Because I think being motivated by that type of hatred probably just makes the crime worse.
I don't agree.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't think your
Well,
fifis are a relevant factor in an assault charges. I think the crime is the assault.
you don't
Because
think
you can also
motivation has
view
anything
this.
to do with any of this? I don't know about that, man. I think motivation has a big part to do with a lot of
The
crimes.
motivation is the same.
And as soon as you open,
If you attack somebody for the motivation that you want their money, that is the exact
Mm-hmm.
same charge, the motivation because you didn't like them. Not to mention as well, now we are getting into reading people's minds.
actually, I'm not sure. Hold on. I think people who like, I think it's pretty common even before like the modern woke era. It was pretty common for people who like rob someone because they were starving to get a lesser sentence than someone who robs someone because they just like the thrill of robbing someone. Judges have a wide leeway with how they sentence.
Judges do have far too much leeway in how they sentence, which is why we should fire all of them and replace them with AI, correct, Dev?
Just give me a second here. Okay. I just banned a guy from your chat who is simply spamming, "Follow me on my channel."
Fair enough.
Anyway, yeah. So like, I actually think that having prosecutorial discretion and also having the discretion for judges to have lighter or heftier sentences based on various factors is probably a good thing.
No.
In general.
No, it's not.
I think it is.
No, because it's virtually universally used in a political manner.
I mean, maybe, but I've seen many cases where it's not, though. Like, for example, I've seen people
Heresy's
who,
the
like,
question.
during their
Fire
sentencing,
is the answer.
they basically shit talk the judge and then get the maximum amount, of sentence slapped on them.
Yeah, which is
and
nonsense.
then it's like, haha, fuck you. Like, no, it's hilarious. Like, fuck you, you deserve this. But then, like, I've seen people who have had like the judge drops their charges because they
guarantees
legitimately turned their
citizenship.
lives around, and that's probably good too. Justice isn't served if someone has actually improved their lives, and they're clearly not going to reoffend. And then but it's like, oh, well, I have to punish you now. It's like, well,
Fire
that's
is
not
the
good
answer.
either.
Well, it's very simple to build in a degree of leniency if there is hope, but that's very rarely how it's used. The way it's most often used is to simply let women off easy. That is the
Service guarantees
overwhelming
citizenship.
majority of the cases of leniency are for women.
I mean, maybe I have to look at the stats. I don't exactly know, but I mean, like I've seen, for
Service
example,
guarantees
like there was a guy
citizenship.
who was this is like a local court, right? It's not like some huge case, but a guy who had been caught a few times, driving while drunk, and he was in front of the judge, and he got slapped with like a pretty hefty sentence.
Heresy's the
And
question.
he came back a
Fire
year
is
later,
the
and he had
answer.
proof that he had gone through like Alcoholics Anonymous, and he hadn't drunk in months and months, and like he had like his doctor was there who was saying like, yep, he's doing fine, and like the judge basically said, listen, if I'm going to keep punishing you for this, it will probably make your ability to get better worse. It'll probably impede your progress here, and I can see that you've actually gotten your life together, so I'm going to basically waive the rest of your
Service
sentence.
guarantees
And that was probably the right
citizenship.
thing to do.
Again, we can easily build this into a fucking algorithm. And be done with it. Because yes,
You
no,
think so?
the stats are very clear on this. This is just one study. There are countless of these. 63% of men who were sentenced in higher courts received a penalty of imprisonment, compared to 46.7% of women. 9% higher than those received by women, so they get higher penalties on average. Women receive disqualification periods, 22% longer, so they get off easier. The sentences on average are harsher. You can see an example here for the same crime, where a man was convicted to 20 years in prison, the woman was convicted to 10. This is a very well-established fact.
Okay, so how much of this is because judges are using
men.
their ability to be lenient, and they're saying like, okay, well, I feel sorry for the young lady, so I'm gonna give her a lighter sentence.
100%
Or how much of it is the fact that men in general do tend to be more violent than women, and so the crimes they commit might actually be more brutal, and so they deserve worse sentences.
Probably not.
Well, hold on. I
Probably
think
not.
the answer to that is probably yes, because if we were having this conversation about trans people, you'd be on my side. You would 100% be like, listen, of course trans women get harsher sentences than cis women because they're actually just males and they have testosterone. They're more violent. And I would say, yes, Arch, of course. But it's the same thing with men too.
I don't know if I'd make that argument, no.
Oh, okay. Listen. If you want to come out on your show with this very strange pro-trans stance that I personally wouldn't take, I'm not going to stop you.
I mean, we can even let's pivot it in the progressive direction then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why do blacks get harsher sentences than whites?
Same reason, more violent.
No. Perceived.
Yes.
Perceived. Because you have so many examples of the same crime being committed, with one being let off lighter. And a lot of this does have to do with socioeconomic consequences as well. I'm actually on board with the left on this one. Because if you've got a guy who shows up in court, and he looks like a fucking gangster, wearing a do-rag, and shows no respect for the court, the judge is a human being, and he's going to look at that guy like, you little fucking prick. I'm going to throw the book at you.
Yeah, that's true. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, though.
I think it is. I think it is. I am of the side that wishes for judges to have virtually zero discretion.
Okay, I mean, I don't agree with that. I think it's a useful tool. Now, you can point out like instances where it's been used improperly. I will completely agree with you. Where it's been used improperly, it's bad. Maybe it should be adjusted in some ways. But I do think that judges should not simply have their hands tied at all times. I think there are places where it can be used well, and it should be used well.
Well, I would never tie a judge's hands, Steph. I would simply fire all of them and replace them with fucking computers.
So full technocracy then.
Oh, absolutely. Like I view
AI judges.
The law has grown far too interpretive in modern society. Far too interpretive. Like, the legal system is not supposed to be interpreted. It opens up too many loopholes. And it vastly increases the size of the legal system as well. Where somebody goes like, yeah, sure, he murdered that guy, but it was on a Wednesday. It's like, fuck, we don't have a law specifically against murdering people on a Wednesday. An extreme example, but then you have to add in that. Or it's like, well, he dumped the chemicals in the water, but it was a certain type of chemical. Okay, we'll have to ban that chemical. And so it goes. Like, the legal system should be simple.
All right. I don't necessarily agree, but this might just be one of those things where we just have, different personality types or something.
All judges replaced.
All judges.
Or alternatively,
the Supreme Court.
Here's the alternative. Here's the alternative now. The alternative is that the judge will receive the exact same sentence as the person they convict if they get it wrong. That's the alternative.
But who judges on how they get it wrong?
Me. Well, no, strictly speaking, it's like, because there are many cases where you have like later investigations to determine guilt, or they bring up the case again, even though this is usually very difficult. Right now, there is zero consequence for the actions of judges. Judges can convict people to whatever the fuck they want, and there is no consequences, which is what allows for judges to abuse their power. And I don't give a shit about how ethical they think they are. They're people. People are assholes.
All right, so the solution then is political commissars for judges.
Nope, robots. ChatGPT.
ChatGPT judges? Oh, no.
Yep.
Well, what happens if the robot gets it wrong, though?
Well, then we update the algorithm.
How do we determine if the robot got it wrong?
Well, we'll investigate. It's the exact same system we
who
have now.
investigates, though?
Well, the police. Like, this is the system we have now. You can appeal your judgment based on, for example, new evidence.
Yeah.
And if the robot gets it wrong, we update its algorithm. This is why flying is the safest form of travel right now, because every time somebody goes wrong, we investigate every nut and bolt, every fiber of that fucking airplane until we figure out what's wrong. And then that never happens again. But the human, however, he's gonna keep making the same gosh darn mistake year after year, Dev, especially when there's nobody to slap him on the wrist for it.
I don't know if I agree with this, Arch. I don't know if I'm on board with this.
I think you're wrong, Dev. Very, very wrong. Frighteningly wrong. It's like the chat. Okay,
So,
there's okay. There's the thing too. Like some of chat AI judges is terrible. Why? Why is AI? You have an AI. It's been taught on every precedent,
Service
every legal
guarantees
case in
citizenship.
human fucking history. It is 1 billion times cleverer than you. It knows every exception, every rule, every ruling. It knows every mitigating circumstance, and it can take it all into consideration at the same time. Why the fuck is a human superior?
Just give me a second. Arch. If you want to know why I do not trust Chat GPT to judge anything, just pull up. Hold on. Where the fuck it? Oh, God damn it, computer.
Oh, David's ruining his example.
Here, pull. I put it in live links. Pull this up.
Would
Heresy's the
strawberry
question.
contains
Fire is
2
the answer.
R's? Well, yes, because you wrote it strawberry with 2 R's. I don't... What?
No, I didn't. Arch, read my... Count the R's in that word.
Service guarantees
Yeah, how many
citizenship.
R's in strawberry? R-R-E. You wrote strawberry.
No, S-T... No, no.
2 R's.
S-T-R-A-W-B-E-R-R-Y. There's 3 R's.
There you go.
Heresy's
Clever,
the
Dev.
question. Fire is the answer.
Wait,
Fair enough.
clever. I just spelt it correctly.
It's true.
Okay, it's one of those things where, like, I understand the appeal of AI, but there's still some very core fundamental things it gets wrong, and I do not trust
And
them
then,
for this
you know
sort
what
of
we
thing
do
right
then?
now.
We go in, we change that thing. We fix that. Now it will never happen again. Next argument.
There is a lot of fixes before this is going to work.
Yeah,
if it
and
ever
that's
works.
fine. The legal system was the exact same thing. Except again, the algorithm will never make that mistake again.
I don't know, because I did ask it 3 months ago, and it still said 2 R's then, too, so this hasn't been fixed yet.
Yeah, because ChatGPT is lazy. Again, we need to get rid of all judges. AI judges, beep boops, all judges. Or we have like a 3-strike system. If a judge gets something wrong 3 times, life imprisonment. 3 strikes.
Someone in the chat said,
That's
someone in the
Heresy's
chat
the
just said they
question.
went and tried
Fire
it,
is
and
the
yeah,
answer.
I'm telling you, I just did that. For some reason, there are certain combinations of letters in words that Chat GPT can't count for some reason, and no one seems to know why.
Well, I'm sure somebody knows why.
In any case, though, in any case,
In any
what were we
case,
talking about before? We were
replace them.
talking about Disney and fuck, what was it?
Devil Dinosaur, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Oh yeah, and I brought up that clip. You know, the lefties saying, "Oh, there's class consciousness into their shows
And
again."
we're gonna break the system.
Break the system. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is the same type of complaint that I have against people who use the phrase uni-party. Like, if you use the phrase uni-party, you are like automatically fucking retarded. It's so fucking stupid. Okay, listen, I saw someone. So you know that in the United States there's a tradition where the outgoing president leaves a letter for the incoming president, right? Like a short personal letter in the drawer of the desk of the Oval Office. And someone posted the letter that George Bush Sr. left to Bill Clinton. And in the letter he says, you know, this has been a magical time of my life. It will be for you. I hope you get everything right. There's a lot of problems you have to fix, but I mean, even though we have our political disagreements, you are the president of this country. Your success is our success, and I am rooting for you. Right? And Clinton said that to George Bush Jr., and George Bush Jr. said that to Obama, and Obama even said that to Trump. And the whole point of this kind of ritual is just to say that even though there might be disagreements on policy, everyone is still an American. Everyone still wants the country to
Heresy's
do
the
well.
question. Fire
And
is
so
the
they hope that
answer.
the next president does a good job. Trump basically broke that in 2020 and it's kind of telling that like people when that letter was posted, the George Bush Senior one, I saw fucking retards underneath it. It was posted recently on Twitter. There are retards saying, "Oh look, it's one member of the uni-party patting another member of the uni-party on the back." Herber. It's like, you don't understand what's happening here. All right, what you're calling the uni-party, it's just patriotism. It is wishing the best for your country, even though somebody you don't like might now be in charge. Even though you have different political views on things, everyone still wants things to go well, generally, right? This is why, for example, in all the democracies that come off of the British system, and it's probably the same in Norway and other European systems as well, Arch, the second party is called the loyal opposition. And it's because we understand that the differences are in policy. It's not that like they are your mortal enemy. They have different views on things, but everyone's still fighting for the same team. You know, everyone's still an American. Everyone's still a Canadian. Everyone's still Norwegian. You still want the country that is your home to do well, even if you disagree on what you have to do to make it do well. And I think that this whole like, let's smash the system, anarchist shit, whether it comes from the populist left or the populist right, it flies completely in the face of that. And this is why I think like the uni-party criticism is just so fucking stupid, because it's like, I don't know, man. When you see like 10 scientists, all right, or 10 mathematicians, and they all draw on the math board, I think 2 + 2 might equal 4, guys. You're gonna be like, oh, it's the math uni-party all colluding together to come up with the same answer and keeping other voices out of it. Like it's the dumbest fucking criticism. There's nothing to it, and it just seems to be something that only fucking retards state.
Behold, the loyal opposition.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? Because the squad, they are the populist left. They're not the loyal opposition. So here's the thing.
There's the point. The loyal opposition is a system of parliamentary democracy. As you mentioned, specifically the British. The system of loyal opposition has been broken. We no longer have a loyal opposition. It is entirely reasonable to question the loyalty of the opposition when they are actively, deliberately stating on national television their opposition to the nation.
Yeah, I agree with you on that completely. And by the way, this criticism that I'm putting out here, it completely applies to the populist left. 100%. I fucking hate those people too. But you know what? The populist left has basically been castrated at this point. The squad no longer has any real power. Half of them have lost their seats. AOC has moderated somewhat because she knows that there is no fucking future with the progressives. Basically, the Democratic establishment has taken the populist left and beaten them down and tamed them.
The Democratic establishment did no such thing.
They absolutely did. That's why they're gone. They absolutely did.
The right did such a thing.
No.
Absolutely.
The right lost.
Absolutely.
The right wing in America lost, Arch.
The right wing in America Dev, who the fuck do you think Trump is?
Okay, no. They lost their own internal power struggle against the populists.
Yes, and you know why?
That's bad, though.
No, that is correct. That is not bad. That is the accurate reaction.
Fire is the answer.
Because this is the equal and opposite reaction, Dev. You have an extremist party growing that rejects the loyal opposition. The loyal opposition can only function in a system where there is good faith. It cannot exist in a system where one side is playing by a different set of rules. The only way to challenge this system is for the opposition to play by the same rules.
I completely agree with you, Arch. I'm completely on board with you on all of this. But now we are in kind of a different era.
We are not
because
yet.
You're describing something... No, we are. We definitely are. So you're describing something that was happening in like 2016-ish, right? And like 2020 for sure. But at this point now, the populists on the left are dead. The populists on the right are ascendant. It is now the populists on the right who are rejecting the loyal opposition idea.
It's because they're not dead yet.
Heresy is the question.
That's the point.
Fire is the
answer. They need to be made dead.
The left must be crushed, humiliated, and only then can we turn against the right, which will eventually be necessary. There will eventually need to be a reckoning with the furthest reaches of the populist right as well, because it too will overreach. But again, that's tomorrow's problem. And even when we do, we still need to bear in mind why we arrived at this position. The left was the instigating force here. And that is, because what's probably going to happen is that the danger is that we are then going to be used in the exact same way. Right now, the furthest reaches of the populist right, the Christian conservatives in essence, are trying to do all the things that they tried to do back in the late 1990s and 1980s. They were wrong back then, and that allowed the left, the populist left, to rise as a counterbalance to it. But because we were going from extreme pole to extreme pole, we've never managed to actually settle. We had like 10, 20 years where we settled into a relative degree of centrism. And I think the right will be easier to corral than the left.
I decided to look this up real quick. Yeah, I think it's the populists on the right that ascended first, and not the left. Because I mean, you had the Tea Party guys, right? And then out of the Tea Party guys, you got Trumpism. But I mean, the Squad didn't really come about until like 2018. Like AOC didn't get elected until the 2018 midterms. So if we're talking about just like political movements and electoral success, the populists on the right were the winners. You know, Bernie didn't win in 2016, but Trump did.
I don't think that's quite the same thing. Like, we're bringing up the Tea Party. The Tea Party was, in essence, a flash in the pan. It did not last for very long. And it was because it was, I wouldn't say necessarily that populist, really, everything considered. But it was a further right-wing party of conservatism, or, well, I think they would probably argue libertarian, honestly.
Yeah, they were libertarians, yeah.
But this was also in reaction then to a further swing leftward. Like, the leftward swing didn't begin in 2010 with the Squad. This started in, like, 2000 earlier. Like, because we'd already established the left-wing ideals within our systems. This is why they could come in, call somebody racist, and get them deplatformed. We were already in a very leftward slant right there. Like, this was 2000s, really.
The Tea Party movement began in 2009, primarily in opposition to Obama passing the Affordable Care Act. That's where it started.
Mm-hmm.
Which was just, you know, the healthcare thing. But even then, like the ACA was tossed around, but didn't really get passed until 2010.
Well, that's the thing too. The Affordable Care Act, that's probably the biggest piece of socialist legislation ever passed in the United States of America.
How could you possibly say that?
I absolutely can't. Okay, what's the bigger legislation?
Here's the question. Fire is the
biggest
answer.
Socialist legislation? Yeah. Probably the breakups of the what were they? The rail cartels from like the 1800s.
No, I would say that if anything, that's protectionist.
Okay, hold on. Socialist. Hold on.
Free healthcare, socialist. Yes.
Right. Because socialism is basically anti-private ownership of the means of production, talking about social ownership of the means of production. Nothing says socialist than tackling big corporations and destroying their power and breaking them up and sometimes nationalizing them. So you had multiple periods in the United States history where you had these big oil barons, or you had railway barons or coal barons or whatever the fuck. And then you had left-wing politicians basically tackle them and break them up. I mean, that's more socialist than a healthcare program.
I don't think so, because then you're dealing with a industry, and you are dealing with an obvious abuse of that industry, a monopoly, which then raises prices and everything. Here, you are establishing a monopoly that will then raise the price on everything.
I don't think that's how the ACA worked. I'd have to look into it more specifically.
That's absolutely how it works. It's always how socialized medicine works. In every case that's been tried, it has raised the prices of care, because now you are no longer paying with your own money. See, When people have to pay for healthcare by themselves, they will choose the most effective and the cheapest option. The market decides. When a government does it, universally prices increase because you're no longer using your money. The government is using your money, and nothing is spent quite as freely as other people's money.
No, I get that part. I understand that part. But the problem is when you use the word socialist to describe this, because socialist
It takes all of the private industries, all of the private healthcare.
Socialist means production, though.
No, it means public ownership or socialization of a thing. Like, you can't simply just say production.
So here's the thing, right? Because in Canada, we have universal healthcare here, but it's only an insurance fund. Because, for example, my doctor that I go to regularly, he still owns his own clinic as a private practice, and he manages it like a business. The only thing is that if you are a citizen, which I am, then the government pays whatever the cost of me going there is. But I mean, he still owns his business. He still rents out his business location in whatever building he's in, and it's still on him to, him and like 5 other doctors that he co-owns it with. But basically, he hires staff, and he has a pharmacy that's also in there with him, and all the supply. Like he runs it like a business. It's just that the government pays.
And who gives him permission to do that?
Okay, listen.
And who could take away that permission?
Just wait. So
who sets his rates, Dev?
So if we're going to go down the road of it's not real capitalism because the government has to license your business.
No, it's not real capitalism.
There's never been real capitalism.
If the government tells you who is allowed to work, they set the standard, they set your rates, all of this, then yeah, you're essentially a governmental employee. If the government pays you, if you work at the government's permission, you are a governmental employee.
Look, everyone does, though, Arch. That's okay. Like you and I do.
Does the government set my rates, Dev?
No, but you work at its permission.
Do I work at the government's permission? What license do I require to do what I do?
Think about it. Listen. All it would take would be for either your government or mine, frankly, probably more likely mine than yours, the way things are going, to turn around and say, yeah, so we're going to basically ban anyone in our country from working in YouTube, and they're going to pass legislation, or they do whatever, right?
But this is a ridiculous hypothetical compared to my actual reality situation, Dev.
No.
I give you a point, and you say, but what if cows could fly, Dev? Well, shit, if cows could fly, Dev, I don't know what I could do about it.
No. What I mean, though, what I'm trying to get at is, no matter what country you are in, if there is a government, you do not have absolute domain over your property. In fact, it is the government that decides you own that property, you own that business, you own that house. And we all know this. This is why whenever you and I have talked about interactions with the government, you've always said it's always coercive. And well, this is why.
Yes.
This is why it's always
the
coercive.
government could come and shut me down, Deb, but it's relatively unlikely. However, if your doctor
which has been my point in those
fails their yearly or bi-yearly recertification tests, or fail to double wrap their syringes in the appropriated plastic, that ain't gonna happen suddenly, Deb. It's not like a whoopsie. They're just gonna come and take his practice. Like, nope, you're not allowed to participate in it. But why? Use wrong syringes.
Heresy's the question.
Sure.
Fire is the answer.
But I mean, then here's the thing. The issue then becomes, well, was that a good idea or not for his place to be shut down for that reason? The answer might be yes, it might be no. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But the point that I'm making, though, Arch, is that if you live in a society, and we all live in a society, there has to be a government. And if there's a government, that means that you always exist at their pleasure.
Yes, and we can measure what it does with varying degrees. Free healthcare is a socialist legislation, and it's a massive one.
I don't think that it is a socialist
Absolutely, it's a socialist legislation.
Listen, I don't think that taxing and then spending is inherently socialist.
Depends on what you spend it on.
I don't know about that.
I very much so do. I would argue quite happily that spending money on the military, for example, just military, police, firefighter, that is the conservative position as it stands right now. Spending money on everyone paying for everyone's healthcare is absolutely the far more socialist position. And considering how enormous a budget socialized healthcare requires, it is the largest.
Yeah, see, just the more that I've read about socialism, the more that I realize that doesn't count. I don't think that counts at all.
I think that counts.
And I don't even think anyone who calls themselves a socialist would say that counts either.
Of course they do. Like, who can you find out there arguing that universal healthcare is a conservative position?
I could introduce you to some people. Archie would say exactly
that.
Oh,
really now? Are these lunatics,
the thing,
perchance? Which wing of the asylum are they from?
Oh, they're absolutely lunatics.
There
sure.
you go.
I mean, listen, I have met people who are like they're like full anarcho-communist, and they say outright that taxes are evil, not because they don't like what taxes can do in like a social democratic system, like provide healthcare, but because there shouldn't be a state anyway, and everything should simply be freely provided by society without the need of redistribution through taxes.
I see.
Now, these people are retarded, and I don't agree with them on anything.
I reiterate my request then.
But they will 100% say that simply providing healthcare is not socialism. In fact, providing healthcare to them is capitalism.
Right. Well, besides the mouth-breathing lunatics, what is your argument for free healthcare being a conservative position?
I wouldn't necessarily. So I wouldn't call it necessarily conservative.
You wouldn't.
I would not.
What would you call it, Dev?
But I wouldn't. Call
what political position would you
either.
ascribe this to?
Frankly, just like kind of normie kind of liberal tax and spend like democracy, I guess. Like I don't call it. It's not socialism because it does not specifically require the abolishing the commodity form or anything like that. But also, it's not conservative. It's just it is just sort of like a normie kind of like neo-lib position.
Neo-lib word soup position. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm going to continue to insist that it's socialism. You have failed to provide me with any sort of adequate response to this, Dev.
Give me just a second here. Okay, let's see. Socialism, social or state ownership of the means of production.
Okay. And means of production. There you go. So what is production? What do we mean by production? Surely it is not just steel, right? What else is what else are we producing? We are producing labor. What is healthcare, Deb? Leans into the microphone, listens to
it. Is in fact, yes, the people who provide healthcare and the various mechanisms that provide healthcare, they are also a means of production for healthcare. I completely agree. But here you go. Yeah, so social ownership of the means of production. Ownership is the key part of that, though.
Yeah.
Yes. So when the government pays a bill for you, that does not mean that the person the government is paying is owned by them.
It does, in essence, when that person can only work at the government's permission.
But see, now we're kind of stretching the definitions here.
We're stretching the definition, but it's a far more socialist position than a capitalist one, or even a conservative one. Again, when you establish a healthcare industry where the government sets all of the parameters and then pays you for your service, you are a governmental employee.
Okay, so I'm not sure I agree with that. However, I do want to test it a little bit. Would that make SpaceX basically a government, like a piece of the government? And SpaceX employees are in fact government employees, because SpaceX exists primarily to take contracts from the government.
Primarily, but SpaceX also operates in its own interests.
Well, yeah, but a lot of hold on.
No, it has its own business. It has its own infrastructure. It has its own product. It has its own satellites and systems.
Well, sure, yes, but also
whereas
those things are done. Those things are done only because the government allows him to do it.
But now we're talking about the flying cow again, Dev. Because on the opposite,
it's not a flying cow. Because
the doctor can't go like, right, I got a bit of a side hustle where I do operations on the streets. I've made it in a clinic over here where I sell over-the-counter prescriptions that I make in my backyard.
Well, that's what I mean, though. So does regulation now mean the government own you?
Oh, it's not regulation. It's all of it is regulated. There's no part of healthcare that the government is not regulating, and there's no way for you to offer it without the government's intervention in this case.
I mean, I understand that, but I don't think that means that it's socialism.
It's socialist.
Are you saying that like
Guarantees
it's socialist
citizenship.
adjacent?
Ah,
Maybe?
Adjacent. It's a
'Cause there's
socialist legislation.
I don't agree. I just
You're
I
wrong there.
don't think this makes any sense, Arch. Like, okay, hold on. So, here, let me just think about this.
Service guarantees citizenship.
That's
Is
all
the
right.
military socialist? No, hold on. Is
I've
the
already
military
brought
social-
that up. I already explained that. The military is conservative because it's
I know-
the minimum expenditure of force required to protect the nation, without which the nation cannot exist. The military is an
I agree
absolutely
with you.
necessary expenditure. Free healthcare is
So
not.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but it being necessary does not change the way that it operates.
It
though,
absolutely
because
does.
I don't think it does, because it still has this government monopoly and it's completely funded by taxes. I mean, it's the same thing in the end. Just because you can't go without it does not mean that the way that it operates and the way that it's set up and the way that it's funded is any different.
It absolutely does. Having something that is absolutely required for your very fucking continued existence makes it a fundamental position. It is like saying that you could choose to not have air, for example. You can't. This is just the fundament upon which the nation is constructed.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Okay, so basically, the socialist form of doing economics, in your view, is acceptable, but only if it's something that you can't live without.
It's not socialist.
But it is.
It's not, though.
I mean, hold on. As I described, social or state ownership of the means of production. The military is the means of production. It produces defense. It is social owned. The state has a monopoly on it. I mean, yes, it is.
Now who's stretching the definition of production?
I'm using the same one you used.
I don't know about that, Dev. But no, the government needs to spend money on defense. This is a conservative position because without it, our society collapses.
Yeah.
Socialism. What does socialism desired most? What is the goal of socialism again? Remind me.
Depends who you talk to, really.
Is it a classless, stateless society?
Yeah, the
What stands in
communists
opposition
say,
to that?
Say moneyless, stateless, and classless. Yeah, the communist anarchists believe that. Yeah.
But,
Well, yeah, the existence of the state stands in opposition to hold on, Jesus Christ. The existence of the state and of government stands in opposition to the communist utopia being achieved. Which, by the way, that's why I'm not actually a communist, guys, because I am generally pro the government existing.
Flying cows aside, I would like to return to the Moon Girl discussion.
Sure, no problem. But by the way, chat, this is how you can have a serious political disagreement with your friend and have it not destroy the friendship.
Yes.
Just so you guys know.
But right, so on the subject of Dev being wrong,
Oh yeah?
I'm sure he was very pro this. Actually, I don't think so. But what had happened here? This show, which is some kind of Marvel abomination, has a character who's named Brooklyn. All of the black people are named after black things because the left is very, representative. But she was supposed to come out as transgender, but she was stopped by a character called the Gatekeeper. Which I love.
Heresy's the question.
And this was supposed to
Fire is
air.
the answer.
Yeah, the entire episode, it's done, it's finished, it's animated, it's voice acted, it's fully produced, and they kill the evil Gatekeeper with a laser beam of transgenderism.
Okay.
And all of this, it was done, they'd made it, it had been approved. Disney pulled it from streaming. They just yoinked it right the heck down.
Did it? Hold on. How long was it actually up on Disney Plus?
It wasn't.
Oh.
I think it was actually just taken off entirely, as far as I understand, and then re-uploaded.
Fire is the answer.
Oh, okay.
I'd need to look that. Let me see.
I guess it must have been leaked then, eh?
Series. Let's see. Yes, if it was up, it would have come out Like a few days ago, I think, judging by this whole thing that I'm looking at here, which is the release schedule for it. Yes, it would have come out not that long ago, so it was presumably then taken... Either it was taken down, or it was... I'm a little bit unsure now, because I'm looking at this, like, release schedule for the seasons, and it's weird looking. Let me just put it like that, because they've got a bunch of seasons, episodes unreleased, without release dates. But either or, if it was up for a while and then taken back down again, kind of same thing. Disney took a product that was fully produced and done, and took it down because the claim here is shelled because of which party won the recent election. So they claim they're doing it because the Republicans won.
Wow, that's so fucking stupid.
I don't know, Dev. I think it's actually pretty based. You know why, Dev?
No, hold on. I don't think anyone's taking shows down because the Republicans won. I don't think that happened. I don't believe it.
I think it might.
Why do you think so?
Because
Heresy's
Disney has now a little
Fire's
bit
the
of
answer.
a history of this. Let's see if I can find it out here. You've heard about the movie, the animated movie Inside Out, right?
Yep, I've seen them both.
Yes.
You know, they're actually pretty good movies.
Yeah, so there's a big thing where Riley meets this other chick who she has an admiration for, right? And I'm trying to find the article for this now. It was a leaky thingy.
I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't like it wasn't romantic. It was just
Service
Yes,
guarantee
it was
citizenship.
intended
younger
to be.
kid looks. I mean, so when I watched this, it was the second movie. When I watched that, it was just like younger kid looks up to older kid. You know,
Yep.
It wasn't romantic at all.
It was supposed to be.
That's dumb.
I can't find the goddamn article for it now, but I did a video on it on the time. Basically, the people who were making it wanted to give it gay representation nonsense. And a lot of the people around it were asking for more gay representation at the time. But Disney specifically instructed Pixar to remove scenes that could be perceived as LGBT. Like, whenever there was anything in there so much as hinting at the idea of there being a gay connection between the two, it was cut.
Right. Okay. It's one of those things where I guess I just personally just don't care that much, you know?
Oh,
Like,
I do.
like if they did,
See, here's the thing.
Like, if-
You might not care
Okay,
about the
go on.
removal of it, and that's fair enough,
Mhm.
but the fact that Disney, one of the most progressive companies in the fucking US, is now going through their publications, actively removing woke nonsense, is a very big deal.
Yeah, I guess so. It's one of those things where let me just think about this for a minute. I mean, you and I both grew up watching the same anime that had like, you know, quasi lesbian attraction in them, even though we're talking about like high school girls.
Uh-huh.
And it's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't, you know, if you have it in your show, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. It's like a value neutral thing to me. You know, if
It's not.
I think it is. I think it is. Like if Inside Out 2, you know, let's say that in like Inside Out 3 in the future, the girl ends up being gay or bi, I wouldn't care that much personally. I'd be like, oh, whatever. Like what I care about is a good story, not necessarily whether someone's represented or not.
Here's the thing. Sailor Moon wanting to scissor is, well, first of all, it's not value neutral. It's more like, hey, men, come over here. And secondly, That's not what is being presented here. The reason why they wanted to make the Riley and other kid romance thing a thing wasn't because they were like, oh, that's just like a random
Service
thing.
guarantees
No,
citizenship.
it's the same reason why they're critiquing the lack of it. It's supposed to be LGBTQ, the political label. It was intended to be put into place as a political statement. You may remember the Disney executive a few years ago who said she was shoving queer representation into anything and everything she could.
Mm-hmm. I do recall.
That is why. I don't necessarily... I didn't even give a shit. Like the Buzz Lightyear kiss, for example. I made videos at the time saying, I don't give a shit about the kiss. It's a chaste kiss on like the cheek or something between a couple of lesbians. That's it. That's all that happened. No big deal.
Hello, Lemon here.
There's a fish.
Hey,
But
we're talking about 10-year-old lesbians.
it was put in there for a political motivation. That is what I object to.
Right. So here, if you knew for certain that was put in there for not a political motivation, like for somehow you could read the minds of the people who made it, and you knew that it wasn't political, would you care then?
No, but I can read the mind, Dev. I can read the mind of Disney.
Wait, you just said that we couldn't.
I can read the mind of Disney. You know why? Because they keep fucking telling me. That's why.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, so it's one of those things.
See,
where,
because
like,
let me bring up actually another differential here. Zion, Zion.
yeah,
Zion is inspired, heavily so, by World War II Germany. Heavily so. However, I do not view it as fascist. I do not view it as pro-fascism, because I know the intent of the Japanese creator isn't, let's kill the Jews. It's, wow, this looks cool. Because that's how the Japanese view it. Like, you should see, like, Japanese, like, the art style uses an assload of, like, German words or German iconography simply because to them it looks cool, and they haven't had the last 80 years of public prosecutions and persecutions of anyone who looks at the style of helm and goes, wow.
Oh, no, I completely agree with you. Like, there's... Basically, the Japanese view Hitler as just the same type of evil strongman dictator and not someone who was uniquely bad the way that we do.
Yes.
So it's just like, yeah, well, whatever.
He's something that happened over there. It's the same way, like, we don't know shit about, like, Nobunaga. Like, what? Japanese, like, Nobunaga, oh, he's a very divisive individual. He's like, funny man. I saw him as an anime girl once.
Yeah, it's just like another samurai or whatever, right? Like, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you're talking about. Which, by the way, I think it's why probably our generation found anime and Japanese games to be so refreshing, because it did offer this other view of things that we knew. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess for me, like, the whole representation issue itself just doesn't bother me anymore. I think it is the intent behind it that bothers me, right? So when I see a lesbian in a show or in a game or in a movie, I don't automatically go, "Oh, this is degenerate. This is terrible."
Heresy.
But I can, like, you can generally suss out, to use that fucking phrase. You can like sniff out what their intention is by looking at the work. Generally, you know what I mean?
Yes, and then I will judge them.
So are we talking about that stupid ass kids show?
Hello, Lum Lum. I haven't said hello to you yet. Hello. Hi.
Man.
You've arrived.
Ignore me.
Good day.
But yes.
How was your birthday celebration?
Not my birthday, it's my kid's birthday.
Well, no, but how was the celebration?
It was good. She got to pick where we got to eat because we had her birthday party before her surgery. So, yeah, she had fun. She is happy.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yes. But, two things. One, Mr. Barchley, you gotta share my screen so I can share with you and chat the thing that I got you.
I don't even know how to fucking...
Okay, on OBS.
Okay, you gotta share your screen first, then I gotta select your thing, which means I need to set up another thing.
You gotta share it on...
God.
You gotta share it on the Discord.
With Windows and shit. Fucking...
Oh, it's not bad. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's something that I paid Lum Lum's hard-earned money for.
Oh.
Screen, window capture, don't detect disk or display. Say display. There we go. Okay. All right.
All right,
Any
give me just a
sensitive
second.
porn over there? Not that I can tell.
What? Any sensitive point? What?
All right.
Okay, whatever.
None of it appears to be
All right,
immediately
let-
pornographic.
All right, let me share my screen. I am going to have just a separate window open first until you're on it. So let me know when you're looking, and then I
couldn't
will
see it.
just switch tabs. You can see the screen.
I can see the screen.
All right, here you go.
I mean, I can't see your
It's
screen.
for you, Bart.
I'm looking.
Guys,
I see it.
Loading. Why?
Wow.
That's pretty great, actually.
What
And what's
character is
great-
that?
that's Arch.
That's kind of,
Lolly
kind of
Arch.
terrible,
That.
but also pretty great. Yes.
Is that Lolly Arch?
That's Lolly Arch, and I got a talking version for you to use too. You
That
can
is kinda
thank
good.
Tori as well. Oh yeah, now you can use it
Oh,
because I know Dev has his own lolly, so I'm like,
do.
oh, Arch probably feels left out. We got to get him a lolly as well. So Lum spent her hard-earned money to get Lolly Arch created.
that is pretty
Now
good.
we can be lollies together, Arch. How do you feel about it?
I don't know, Dev. Conflicted.
Conflicted. But yes, I will send you I'll send you the files over, and then I will be keeping them as well, so I can change your PNG as I see fit.
Thank you, Lum Lum.
Oh.
Looks great.
Welcome. Yeah, Tori said that she eventually wanted to draw a Lolly Arch, but I expedited that with some money.
I will punish Tori for this later.
You said you liked it, so I punish.
Principle of the thing.
Principle of the thing. Okay. You're welcome. Now you got your own cute little lolly. It's so cute.
You want to do some super chats in between segments, I guess, or because I think we've kind of exhausted this one.
Yes, but again, Disney crushing the communists underfoot and enforcing the tyranny of neutrality and eventually the tyranny of nothing but extreme right-wing conservative propaganda entertainment is a good
Heresy
thing.
is the question. Fire is the answer.
I don't know about that one, Arch, but I guess we'll see.
Oh, no, YouTube.
I mean, clearly the pendulum needs to swing back, but
Yep, it
I am
needs to
sensitive
swing
about how
until we
far-
see the guillotine, Dev, and then we can consider stopping for a bit.
I am not going to enjoy the swing back.
The guillotine?
I mean, this is why a bunch of rightoids hate me right now, because I'm saying, listen, you guys are going to do the same thing as the left. You already are doing the same thing as the left, and if I oppose them doing, I got to oppose you doing it too.
Shadowfox 2300. I would say horses are for Dev, but I'm not that mean to the horses. Oh.
Ooh.
Sandoom, Norway news today. Any crazy or cringe? I mean, there's always something crazy or cringe, but the Norway
be a
news
segment,
segment is
crazy or
rare.
cringe.
Fire is the answer.
It's only when something particularly stupid happens in my nation. Realty Backhand Dev, are you going to do a video on the Canadian dock workers protest before or after the trucker video?
I don't know anything about the dock workers protest.
Jesus, Dev.
No idea.
Why aren't you keeping up?
Dev is paying more attention to America than he is Canada right now.
All Canadians do that.
Brandon, I just came to the realization that all my news comes from professional schizos, apropos of nothing. Hello, Arch. Hi.
That might be bad.
I don't think so. But ashamed, as someone that got ran over by a drunk woman, get back in the crystal, Dev.
Get back in the crystal. I was never in it.
There's the problem.
Dev is crystal free.
Not ashamed, the judge is nothing more than a lawyer in a robe, correct, who's been given arbitrary powers over other lawyers.
Sounds base to me.
Thunderbolt, take my Swedish pesos and keep up the good work, all of you. Even Dev have good points sometimes, and Lumi for calendar.
Yay.
Thank you.
It's gonna be a feet pic. Like, I'm gonna have White draw her with like big red shiny feet just pointed towards the camera.
Oh God! When I found that Tasty Toes tweet, I was like, Lumi.
Yeah, and then when I seen Santa post that communists are going on the naughty list, I had to tag you.
Bloodthirsty, did you hear how Alex Jones got Infowars back? Well, he doesn't have it back yet, as far as I can tell. The sale to the Onion has been halted for the moment, whilst the judge goes through the highly suspect sales. Let's see.
Listen, that is fucking hilarious that the Onion wants to buy Alex Jones's operation.
All right, so
I can appreciate the humor in it.
The judge blocks the Onion bid for Alex Jones' enforced review, bankruptcy auction. That's the current state of it. The sale is still there, but it has been paused until the judge can go through it, because it is unclear what the Onion's bid actually was, with one of the trustees saying that he couldn't put a dollar number to the Onion's bid. Okay, bit sus.
Fuck, were they trading goats for it or something? Like, what?
Apparently, there's also been an involvement by the God Emperor of Mars, Elon Musk. He has also levied, his company has levied an objection against it as well, because it seems as if Elon might have wanted to buy the Infowars brand.
Oh. Okay.
Now, there's something very obviously sus going on here. There's something weird. The fact that they didn't give the bid to the highest bidder. Instead, they just pulled out one out of a hat and like, here, you can have this. Obvious nonsense. And the fact that it's The Onion, a left-wing satirical website that then declared that they wanted to basically make a satire of Infowars. That just sounds to me like they're going to want to try and destroy his legacy by making Infowars basically into a joke, in essence. So, there's some real sussy baka shit going on here.
You know, if they bought it, they would be within their right to do so. I don't really care too much if that's what happens. It might even be funny.
There's the thing, Dev. Leftists like you would find funny. However, I look at a company that doesn't offer the highest bid and is awarded the rights to the brand suspiciously. Wow. How could this happen, Dev?
Well, it's completely obvious, Arch, because Elon's a foreigner. You can't sell that shit to foreigners. It's bad enough he bought Twitter.
This is a conspiracy, Dev. It's a conspiracy.
Listen, Arch, you have to understand.
Conspiracy.
Arch. Listen, I want to describe to you something here, okay? Let's say that you have this foreign billionaire oligarch, okay? And he comes from a nation that is it's not really a first world nation, kind of war torn, has some serious internal problems. Not exactly, it's like partially aligned with the West, but not really aligned with the West. And he comes over to the West with all of his money, and he starts buying up communications networks, and he starts using them to promote foreign ideology, foreign political stances, undermining the patriotism of the home country. This story is the story of Elon Musk, but it's also the story of George Soros. So perhaps we should be a bit more skeptical about for all the talk about hating corporations and the wealthy billionaire class of people who are they're getting their money and they're getting their tendrils into governments and they're being corrupt and they're acting against the will of the people. For all of that kind of political talk from the right wing, they are very happy to suck off a guy who is actually doing it.
Yeah. You know what the difference is, Dev?
He's your guy.
This is George Soros' flag. And
what's that, Arch?
This is Elon Musk's flag.
Hold on. Elon Musk from South Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. He's not American, Arch. Can't be trusted. He's a foreigner.
Close enough. Rhodesia will live. Even if it must do so in America. Now, I'm actually not pro Elon buying Infowars either, because I actually don't like Infowars. This is one of the times in which I have to agree with Deb, because yes, there is a danger of the right-wing populism growing out of control. Infowars is that. Infowars is that. Oh, fuck God, Infowars is that. Infowars is not the outlet that I want to get my information from. It is not the outlet that I want forming the youth of tomorrow. And putting Elon Musk's money behind that, I do not want it. But at the same time, I can then also look at what is clearly a rigged auction being given specifically to its political opposition and go, yeah, that's unfair. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I mean, I think with The Onion, there is probably less danger because they do intend to use it as a political satire thing. And it's like, okay, it'll be a joke. Who cares? But like, if it were actually being given to, you know, I don't know, like, let's say it was Hassan Piker who was buying Infowars. Like, that would be fucking terrible.
I don't know how long it's been since you checked out The Onion, Deb.
Heresy's the question.
Listen, I know that it's gone quite far left. I know that. I understand that very well. But it's still ultimately a comedy site.
Is it? Okay, Deb, let me just...
I'm pretty sure it is.
Let me just...
Let's take a look. Okay, The Onion. What's the website looking like?
Oklahoma law requires 10 commandments to be displayed in every womb.
Yeah, that's a comedy site. That sounds funny.
Is it?
But listen, yeah, I had a little chuckle at that. Listen. Okay, listen. It is a left-wing comedy site, but it's still a comedy site. Yes.
I honestly think the fucking what was it called? Babylon Bee does comedy a bit better than The Onion does.
Yeah,
I think so too. I mean, the Babylon Bee is clearly like the right-wing Onion, which is fine. And The Onion is clearly not as funny as it was 10 to 15 years ago. It has gone downhill, but it's still a comedy site. And to treat it like it's not, I think that's not correct.
Onions.
It's like people can say it's a bad comedy site, but it's still a comedy site.
I did a whole video on this recently.
Crack.com.
The 40K satire. The Onion is a satirical website. Satire is a political tool. The Onion is a political website that attempts to use humor to push its political progressive worldview. The only thing that is good about that is that the left is really fucking bad at satire. And so it comes across as incredibly cringe and incredibly shit.
Well, either cringe or the people that it's satirizing tend to accept it as what it is on the face of it. You know what I mean?
Yes, because the left does not understand satire.
Yeah, so like you have if you look at like Homelander from The Boys, right? Clearly the people who make The Boys want it to be an America bad show because of how like who Homelander is and what he does. However, how many right-wingers have turned around and said, hey, Homelander's actually really based. Like, I want to be that guy. Like, he's obviously our hero. It's because they don't understand that you cannot make something, if you're satirizing something, you cannot make it powerful. Like, that's one big fucking way to fail at satire.
Not powerful. Powerful is the incorrect interpretation. It can be powerful, but for it to be satirical, you must understand the thing you are satirizing and why it is bad. That is what the left fails at consequentially and constantly. Homelander, his satire of being evil fails because they give him far too much justifications for his actions. That's the problem. Like, they make him an abused child that has been mentally ruined by the very scientists he's now rising up against. Like, okay, he's the hero. What the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah, but he cures people. I don't fucking care. He's clearly justified.
It's like it's like, honestly, in terms of being evil for no reason, the Deep is more villainous than Homelander.
Yes.
because he does it because he's like, I don't give a shit anymore. I've been made fun of. I'm seen as the lesser, which yeah, that's a reason. It's a kind of lazy reason, but he's a dick to be a dick.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah.
And even
I
his
still haven't seen
motivation.
season 4 yet, though.
Oh my god! Okay, this is gonna be loud. There we go. That was very loud. I'm not sorry.
Arch?
I'm not sorry, chat.
Why?
This is so
Arch
fucking good, though. This is...
Whoever did that, man.
This is gonna get me copyright claimed because of the music track, but I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care, chat. That's such a good fucking clip, though.
It is good, and I hate it.
It's really, really good.
Service
It's
guarantees
the same
citizenship.
picture. Yes, it is.
It is.
Who did this anyway?
I don't know. I was sent this like years ago, and I wish I knew who, because it looks great.
Whoever did this needs to put Dev's face on the deep.
Hey, that's no.
It would not work for A Train.
Yeah, I'm not black enough, I guess.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
But this is the thing too. Like again, The Onion is a satirical website. It is left-wing satire, which means it is terrible satire. And what they're going to do is not trying to make Infowars funny. What they're going to do is they're going to try and play it up. They are going to make it ridiculous. And they're going to do that with the Infowars logo, with an Alex Jones stand-in, to undermine the Infowars brand. That's the reason why they're doing this, because they could already satirize it. They could just call it Info Combat, or Info World War Misinformation, or anything else. They could already do this. There's nothing stopping them, because they're satire and they're legally protected. The reason why they're doing this is because they've got a rigged auction, so they could probably pay fucking peanuts, and then they could actually attack the brand directly. This is actually a rather clever subversive tactic, because again, the majority of the people that are watching this or heard the name Alex Jones knows nothing about him. And so when they see, like, oh, Alex Jones, Google, Infowars, wow, this is insane. Look at all this crazy shit he says. Wow, he's a horrible human. TheOnion.com.
I mean, I agree with you there. It's one of those things where, like, if everything turned out that The Onion did end up getting control of the Infowars brand, I don't think I'd personally care too much. It'd probably be a little bit funny, then I'd forget about it. Because frankly, I don't really put Alex Jones in that high regard. But I can see why, like, yeah, it's also bad to lock out other bidders to make sure that The Onion gets it. That's also bad, obviously, as well, right? It's one of those low stakes stories where I don't care too much, but I see the argument.
Mm-hmm. The Ascended Ripper, you can't wear civilized clothes in Haka. Strip. That's correct. Why, Hayden, I get to see interesting things living across the street from police station, like a man being frisked before being put in the back of a patrol car.
Heresy is the question.
They should have sodomized him.
Fire is the answer.
Just to be sure.
Really?
Yep, gotta see if there's any concealed weapons up there. Thomas, what's a nice thank you video, Dev? You get a pass today.
Wait, thank you video?
Yeah.
Wait, what video?
Well, Sandu,
Also,
Dev sure loves bringing up 2020 like every stream. Yes, he does. He's
Service
obsessed with it.
guarantees citizenship.
I mean, it is kind of relevant.
Bully him now.
It is kind of relevant, you know?
Inquisitor Media. Modern kids' cartoons aren't for kids. They are for emotionally stunted millennials who can't deal with their issues, and they all follow the same template. Yes, they do.
Yeah, that's pretty much true. I mean, no actual, 10-year-old or 12-year-old is watching this shit.
They do not. They're still watching reruns of Batman the Animated Series.
Well, actually, hold on. Lumi, you have a kid around this age. What TV do they watch?
Anime.
Well, there you go, yeah.
Peppa Pig.
No.
Oh
She's been rewatching Fruits Basket.
The old one or like the one from a few years ago?
She's watching the new one. I showed her the other one, but she likes the animation style of the new one.
Well, yeah, because the other one was like what 2002 or some shit, and it didn't even finish the story.
Yeah, they didn't even finish it.
Yeah.
What the fuck was I gonna say? Oh yeah, before we move topics and on this like fucking millennial show or whatever the fuck it is, like we had very natural representation in terms of like TV shows because there was gay and lesbian characters and really gender non-conforming characters in the past, but it was done so naturally and it was like not focused on. And that's why people didn't have a problem with it like back in the day. Now it's okay, this main personality trait is now, oh, I'm not a woman, I'm a man. Or I'm not a man, I'm a woman. Respect me.
Well, let me just think about this for a minute because, yeah, in Fruits Basket, there is that cross-dresser kind of trans character. You know what I'm talking about? Like one of the 13. Yeah. And a lot of his personality revolves around the fact that he looks and dresses and acts like a girl. But it is done in a way that is, I don't know, not annoying, not relevant to any sort of politics. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's like another manga and unfortunately one season of was Princess Jellyfish. Have you ever seen that one?
I have not, no.
Oh, Princess Jellyfish is so good. Very, very, like, it's not seen by a lot of people, but it is a very good show with a wide diversity of characters as well. It's not just like
the question.
It's mainly women, but there's one cross-dresser and like a diverse body type of women in that show as well. So I highly suggest Princess Jellyfish if you're looking for anything new.
I'll have to look into it.
Now that we have a Lum in our possession, we can talk about Twitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Twitch is such a fucking shithole, man. It's like even Asman said that I don't know if he did the stream already or is going to be doing the stream, but he said he's going to be explaining exactly why Twitch is the way it is, and if they ban him for it, he is leaving the platform and going to somewhere else.
That's
so
fascinating.
I've been following this quite a bit.
But
I've been following
hold on,
quite
Dev.
a bit.
I have to ask Lum an important question. Lum.
Go ahead.
Why do you hate the Jews?
Why do I hate the Jews?
Yes.
I mean, I have one as a manager, so I don't necessarily hate the Jews.
But Twitch,
they're cocky.
Twitch is cracking down on Zionism because Zionism is a huge problem on the platform, and you're on Twitch.
I don't hate the Jews. One pays for a lot of my commissions now.
I don't know, chat. We're going to have to report her to the ADL.
I hate everyone equally.
She's on that platform.
Hey, I don't focus on Twitch as much as I used to, because when I started streaming, I started on Twitch. I didn't start doing anything on YouTube till like late last year, and then after the algorithm caught me, but also you just holding me up and saying, "Look at this weird fish I found," I grew past my Twitch in like 1/8 of the time it took me to get to 1,000 followers. Like over on Twitch. I am now at like 3.3 thousand subscribers on my YouTube, which I am very happy with. And
yeah, Twitch is like a secondary platform now. Like no one gives a shit about Twitch anymore. And it's been like there's been like this long, slow decline, for like the past 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, and it's like I'm starting like fucking art. I'm thinking of doing like more of my spicy take content over on Rumble and stuff. I already uploaded my Dustborn Supercut over there. And I'm going to be doing some test streams over there as well.
The fucking Dustborn Supercut. God.
Yes, it was my first successful video. I have about 10,000 views on that video right now.
Nice. Good job.
My 14 hours of suffering was worth it.
Oh man, I have to still finish my second fucking playthrough for my video. I gotta do it. I'll probably do it today after this, actually.
I mean, hey, you can skip a dialogue now. Be happy.
You can skip dialogue and combat, so there's just no game anymore. Why don't you just turn it off?
100% the game now, Dev. You have no reason not to.
Fuck.
But the story here is, as Dev was beginning to say, Twitch has received a adpocalypse of its very own, which fucking deserved, you dirty little whores. Where
That's true. Now,
some of the reports, oh, there we go, yeah, this one here. Some streamers have reported a revenue drop of 95%. Get fucked. Go on, Dev.
Yeah.
So, this is a story that I've been following pretty closely because basically, like, this intersects with politics a whole bunch, with Hassan and how he's talked about Israel and Palestine on Twitch a whole bunch, and also because a friend of a friend has the inside details. So I have a little bit. Let me just try to pull it up here real quick. Maybe I'll find it. I'm looking like I have just a pile of stuff for my inevitable Twitch sucks video. I'm gonna try to find it.
While he is digging through his food wrappers, it's like it doesn't exactly help that Hassan brings terrorists onto his streams, and just from what I think today, he was still playing terrorist propaganda on his streams.
Oh yeah. So that's one part of it. So this is like a multifaceted conversation, okay? Because Twitch is run by very, very, very far left people, probably more so than most of the other various platforms on the internet, with maybe the exception of Patreon. But Twitch is run by very far left people, and also Twitch, unlike some of these other platforms, is just falling apart, and it's just been coasting on whatever goodwill, whatever success it had, 10 plus years ago. In fact, I'm fairly certain the only reason people, like streamers, still give a shit about Twitch is because there's decent money to be made with the Amazon Twitch subs. So when it comes to the politics side of things, basically after October 7th, 2023, when there was that terrorist attack in Israel, and I mean everyone probably remembers, you had like guys with paragliders, flying over the wall and like just indiscriminately killing Israelis. And then you had a bunch of lefties on pretty much every platform being like, yeah, this is the revolution. Whoa, it's awesome. And then like, as soon as they realized just how fucking terrible it all looked, they all like deleted that shit or walked it back or like quietly. But I mean, some didn't, Hassan didn't. He still is full on like, we have to kill all the Jews. That's kind of where Hassan is right now. However, ever since that event, there has been this growing radicalization within the online left, where like, hold on, the radicalization isn't growing because they've always been radical, but like the mask has basically disappeared after that terrorist attack last year, which is why, by the way, you've seen a lot of more high-profile like center-left people begin to just completely abandon the far left online. You've seen a shit ton of that as well, but a lot of this, at least in terms of Twitch, was held up by Hassan. There's always been a very obvious double standard that Twitch has kind of twisted itself into pretzels.
Fire is the answer.
With regards to Hassan to basically avoid. So Twitch has never allowed you to promote terrorists, right? But as soon as Hassan did it with, remember the whole Luffy thing? Do you remember that, Lumi?
The pirate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, where you had like one of the fucking Houthi pirates. He had like Hassan has this guy on and is just like basically just sucking his dick about how awesome it is to be, killing Jews. And Twitch kind of finds itself in a bind where it's like, well, this guy's clearly promoting terrorism, but he's like our most one of our most popular streamers, and also we're politically aligned with him. So like, Twitch has to like rewrite the rules and be like, well, this is okay for this reason and this reason, but you can't do it here. And then of course, like, there's like a side conversation to this is why is it that all the very far left leaning Twitch thoughts can basically be naked on stream, but if you're a VTuber and you show hip, you're gonna get banned. Like that's like a side conversation here as well. However, basically, there came a point. And I don't know if I can find this for you, Arch. Let me just see real quick. There came a point over the course of the summer where, yeah, I've got it here. It wasn't over the course of the summer. It was actually just a few weeks ago. Holy fuck. Oh, wow. Do you have a translator built into your browser, Arch?
Yes.
When you pull this up? Okay. This is from an Israeli site, if you want to auto-translate it to English. But basically, what's happening is
savage fucking lingo.
Basically, what's happening is if you are in Israel and you try to sign up for Twitch, Twitch won't let you. You cannot use Israel. You cannot use Twitch in Israel. It is not possible. They're now blocking Israelis from using the service. And this kind of began the current wave of anti-Semitism that we're talking about began with this specific event, where just tensions over Israel and Palestine, and the increasing radicalization on the left, and then also with the election coming up, basically things just kind of went crazy at Twitch, for better or worse, mostly worse. But it's at this point, once Twitch started banning people from Israel from using their service, this is when the wider media began to notice. And very rapidly, Twitch lost about 70% of its advertisers. Okay? And I'll post this here, Arch, but you might not want to watch it because it is 3 minutes and 30 seconds long. But basically, this is Turkey Tom, if you know who he is. I know Tom. I've had a bunch of conversations with him over the past year or two. He's a reliable guy. He's a good guy. Big YouTuber, millions of subs. Good guy.
Oh yeah, I listen to Turkey Tom at work when I need a possibly autistic person rambling for a few hours.
Yeah, he's great for that, isn't he?
He is. It's like
yeah.
I remember his last vid. It's been a while since I listened to him, but I think the last thing I listened to was his Nanners video of her 4chan history and shit.
Oh, fuck the 4chan Neander's history. I haven't seen his video, but I know the history. Now, the last thing that I watched of his was, I think, the Finster shit. If you remember that video.
Oh yeah, I remember the Finster stuff.
Yeah. But no, Tom's actually a good guy. He's a solid fella in my experience. I've enjoyed talking to him. But the point is, though, is that right here he's talking to Dan, and Dan is Destiny's co-host over on his channel. But more importantly, Dan is someone who worked at Twitch for a while and still has a lot of Twitch connections. And this is basically Dan going to Tom and saying, listen, you can't share this, all right? But here are all the people who are like don't share this on screen, but just confirm to your chat that you've seen it. Here's all the people who are pulling out of Twitch. All the companies, all the whatevers. And then Tom looks at it and he's like, holy shit. And I do trust Tom. So yeah, it seems like Twitch has lost a shit ton of its advertisers over this Israel-Palestine thing, because now people have finally noticed that there's something weird going on at Twitch.
Do you think that's why Disney is coming back to Twitter X to advertise? I heard they're crawling fucking back to X to advertise now.
They are, because what actually started all of this was, of course, in about 2019, 2018, 2020. That was when politics started really becoming like a mainstream thing. Like political streamers became big, and on Twitch as well. That's when they got really big. I love how they represent a red and a blue here, when we all know there's only one side on Twitch. But this was them going in and thinking like, okay, these platforms are going to get us like loads and loads of views. And it did, like loads of hours of watch, loads of peak viewers, and it got them a lot of metrics that they could then bring to advertisers and go, listen, not only do we have ass loads of view hours, which means loads of ads for you, but they're all from good people, like left-wingers, progressive individuals. And then they refrained from mentioning Hassan Habibi's fetishes in men. However, this worked out for as long as the left was still in a position of cultural power. This has been failing. And that was the same reason why they pulled out of Twitter, because they were trying to choke it out of air, but, well, Elon has a lot of fucking money, so it didn't work. Now, as the left is losing its cultural power, these companies are doing what they always do. They're going to where the money is.
Mm-hmm. So what I posted here, that first link from Frogan. Basically, Frogan is this very far left, very anti-America streamer, and she says shit like this all the time on her fucking stream. She says constantly that she said there, I want all American soldiers to die or get PTSD because America supports Israel. It's like, okay, and then like the second link is was a letter being sent from a member of Congress to both Amazon and Twitch, because basically this story, after it was broken to Turkey Tom, started actually hitting bigger channels, and when it hit bigger channels, it eventually hit mainstream news and then also mainstream politicians. And then you have places like right here, the New York Post, for example, publishing, once you get to this level of mainstreamness, it really is only the bare bones of the story. But it also helps that, it's gone mainstream and now everyone's looking at it and not just autistic spurgs on the internet like us or like Turkey Tom, right? And then so like basically as this whole thing kicked off and started to like gain critical mass, you had Twitch's CEO say, the views shared by streamers on Twitch are not the views of Twitch. And I'm just sitting here thinking like, you stupid motherfucker, you've banned people for saying things on your platform before. You've banned streamers for what their chat room says. And now you're going to sit here and act like, oh, we're all just these atomized, isolated individuals, and we're going to lean on, freedom of association. You have never accepted this logic before. But now that it's turned back around on you, you're going to pull this out? Like, it's so disingenuous.
Of course, and this is the desperation move, and they know it's not going to work. The advertisers know it's not going to work. And the thing, too, is, the reason why this has happened like 3 times to the right on YouTube, where some minuscule thing gets blown up to enormous proportions, like the right-wing pipeline report a few years ago. But on Twitch,
like 8 years ago, but yeah,
yesterday, basically by my standards. The problem was there you didn't have a whole lot to grasp a hold of, because most of the far-right commentators on YouTube have, after years and years of being downtrodden and shat on, moderated themselves to the point where they basically are speaking YouTube's TOS. They've learned that TOS backwards and forwards on Greek, Hebrew, Latin, and English. They know every single sentence in it. On Twitch, Hassan has never bothered reading the fucking Teams of Service. He knows they don't apply to him, and so he becomes an extraordinarily easy target for the mainstream, because they can just look up Hassan Piker and go, oh, this guy hosted an actual, literal, unironic fucking terrorist.
Yep. But I guess it's the right side of terrorism, so I guess it's okay.
Well, it was, but again, the thing is, the political pendulum is swinging. And I remember, like, 10 years ago, where the refrain from all of us were like, listen, you can't do this because it will be used against you. These are bad tactics that will turn around against you. Think about that, and they're like, oh, they never will. Well.
And they were, and they are. And by the way, that is why I also oppose the right doing it, because it will turn around once again. Like, these are tools that must be put away. They cannot simply be used in a cycle of escalation.
We must not resist our enemies. We must not resist our enemies.
That's not what I'm saying, you fuck.
If
Okay.
you kill your enemy wins. Do not
And then, of
resist,
course,
citizen. You are better than this.
So,
The Chinese
so
People
there
Liberation
is-
Army is here to free you.
okay, so there is like a second strain of this story, and so I'll post these in live links as well. So you have, for example, like I said earlier, VTubers who are getting banned for like fucking nothing, and there's tons of examples of this. I'm sure you know them better than I do, Lumi.
No, this is funny because I'm not gonna name specific names, but I know of some VTubers that are actually doing this on purpose because they get sympathy points of, oh, you poor thing, you did nothing wrong.
Yeah, of course. That like there as soon as this is like the Black Myth Wukong thing where they claim to be harassed by Sweet Baby Inc. even though there's no proof of it, right? Like as soon as there is a cultural movement, there's going to be someone who hitches themselves to it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
of course.
But
Service
it's like the
guarantees
most
citizenship.
recent VTuber ban for sexual content. I could probably grab their profile. No, there's no fucking way they didn't do that shit on purpose because one of the girls who was on screen and stuff is from an agency who does mostly porn.
Right. But
Let me
so
see if I can find it.
the point though is that there's definitely been VTubers who have been banned for like the most bullshit reasons, right? Like, oh shit, there's a bit too much cleavage on their model, you got to ban them. Meanwhile, I do want to point out though, I don't know if you want to pull this up, Arch, but it is really funny and you probably should. Okay, this is a screenshot from a recent Chud Logic stream, friend of the show, where he's looking over the degeneracy of Twitch thoughts. And this is a Twitch girl who's sitting in a see-through chair and has a camera just looking up her asshole.
Yep,
This is allowed.
I have seen those. Yes,
This is allowed on Twitch.
this is allowed on Twitch. But look, Dev, her hips are covered. There's a string right there.
But like the point though is that like VTubers, they're getting banned for so much less than this.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's fucking ridiculous.
It's like I can kind of get the argument of like, for women who haven't had breast implants and stuff, if women have natural large ass fucking tits, then yeah, that's kind of different than you paying thousands of dollars to have your model have ginormous tits with absolutely like cleavage that looks like a plumber's crack. Yeah, no, that's different.
We need to shame women more often. I just want to point out too, butthole, C star.
Yeah, it's there.
Butthole.
It's kind of there.
C star.
It's kind of there.
Right there. Right there.
But there's one
Right
thing.
there,
There's one last thing I want to point out. Okay, just let me find it real quick.
I still can't believe she fucking called that the starfish cam.
The starfish cam. Hold on, can I fucking find it? This happened just like a couple weeks ago. Yeah, give me like 30 seconds to find this.
All right, Lumi, count him down.
Countdown for what?
God damn it, Lumi.
Oh, 5 seconds.
I'll go. Let's see. Zonta, is this an Xbox? No. Dreyfy, wasn't the same thing said about Bush and Gore in 2001? Yeah, but nobody really cared. Berg,
okay, I found
officer,
it.
I did it.
I found it.
Because he was Canadian. Well, justified in that case. Mitigating circumstances.
People are speculating. People are speculating the reason that there is a difference between how the Twitch thoughts are treated.
We talked about this one briefly too.
How the Twitch thoughts are treated and how the VTubers are treated is because the Twitch CEO is actually like going to various Twitch thoughts who have OnlyFans and have like porn accounts and actually like subs to them and supports them.
Yeah, it's like I said this on I forgot what stream I said this on, but it just seems like Mr. Dan Clancy just wants to be an e-pimp.
Yep. So because VTubers aren't, it's not real girls, he doesn't give a shit. He'll just ban them. But when it comes to, the girls that he might actually be able to fuck, being the CEO of Twitch, he's supporting them.
They also rolled
Which is
out a
really fucking
recent
disgusting.
rule update where it became a bannable offense to suggest that moderators were giving special privileges to e-thoughts. Because they might
well,
like
that's not
them.
recent. That's a few years ago, but yeah, I've seen that.
Listen, what's the point of being a CEO if you can't abuse your position to get in the pants of not very intelligent 20-year-olds? Huh? What is the point?
Arch is going full Weinstein.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not masturbating into potted plants anytime soon, but otherwise, yes. But yeah, Twitch is just kind of like a terrible platform, and the fact that it is now getting absolutely dicked is a good thing. However, there's a problem, Dev.
What's that?
The eternal Juden, I'm afraid.
What's going on?
Because now they're going off to Steam.
Oh yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. And
Ugh.
from what I understand, like the whole Steam thing is, hey, you didn't censor legal speech on your platform.
Yes,
Well,
largely.
fuck you.
See, the thing is, as much as I will laugh at Twitch now being targeted for anti-Zionism because they have courted actually people who hate Jews legitimately, this has been a tool that the ADL has been using for years with the thinnest of justifications. And they were more than happy to accept Twitch because they were politically aligned. But Steam doesn't ban people's fucking comments and they're like, oh my god, Steam, you're basically a terrorist platform. They even mentioned that there are terrorism-related content, 15,000 accounts and profile pics containing the logos and flags of foreign terrorist organization, ISIS, Hezbollah, Al-Qassam brigades, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, blah, blah, blah. Like, and then, of course, the happy merchant and Nazi imagery. And, like, I just don't care. These are the private PNGs of fuckers on Steam. How did they even see this shit? Like, how would you, like... How would you go through Steam profile pictures? I don't
know. Maybe someone like reported it. Like, I don't know.
Because what they've done here is they've gone through people's like little profile pics. So I'm guessing there is some way to like look over them. I guess because I thought I only see their profile pictures if you like are friends with them or on the little like forum thingies.
I'm not sure. I don't know, man. Maybe they got like just a list of everyone who's on Steam and just scrolled forever or something. I don't know.
That seems so ridiculous, but it is grievance farming, so who knows?
Fire is the answer.
It's still stupid because I don't know anyone who spends more than 10 minutes on Steam that's not just looking at the store page.
Yeah. I mean, well, there has to be someone because they do seem to have like a pretty active like community where there's, you know, posts and there's chat rooms and things and people seem to use them. So there's probably something going on over there. I just don't know anyone who uses it.
I don't know. Maybe you need to do a deep dive on the Steam forums on what kind of right-wing propaganda is going on there.
Let's see. 184,000 instances of hateful or extremist keywords, such as 1488, shekel, and white power. Like, okay, I'll give you the last one, even though I think it's used more ironically than anything these days, but shekel? Is shekel a fucking hate keyword now?
I don't know how that's a hate keyword. I mean, I call my manager the shekel shaker. That's literally his Discord role on my server.
Is that who I think it is?
It's Rage, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know he was Jewish. I have to go after him for that now.
Yeah, he is Jewish.
That explains so much about him, actually.
Now, chat, I know there are Israelis amongst you. All of that money in your bank account is evil now, and the only way you can get rid of it is by donating it immediately. The faster you act, the faster you will be free of hateful extremism.
Heresy's the question.
Yeah,
Fire
you
is the
just
answer.
you got to get rid of all that hateful money by giving it to me.
Lom Lom doesn't need it. Lom Lom's a woman.
What?
Yeah, your husband gives you money.
Yeah.
I would still like to make enough money to where I don't have to work full time.
God.
Oh, don't worry. Making content, still working full time, just in a different way.
Yes, I know, but I don't want to work at a warehouse anymore. It hurts my back.
Lumlum is
Are you
like,
like an Amazon
I'm
worker?
going to do this to work less.
No, I'm not. I'm not an Amazon worker. I used to work at Amazon, but I work at a basically like a third-party hub between the distributors and other warehouses.
And it's probably good for Lumlum to become a content creator full time, because I'm working on a way to replace Lumlum right now.
Heresy's the question.
What?
Fire is the answer.
Oh yeah.
Why are you replacing me?
Unironically, there's a bunch of things going on in warehouse management. One of the big ones is robots for moving shit. The family company is actually moving on is actually working on a tool changing solution for those robots right now that will allow single robots to pick up packages and pallets of all different sizes.
Oh yeah, you can already tell that as an Amazon warehouse. I have seen those bots before. I was working at Amazon when those were first implemented. It's like, okay, one, the company that I work for is too fucking cheap to do any automation like that. Two, the things that they were proposing and stuff, a lot of it it's interesting in theory, but in practice, unless there's like absolutely nothing on the floor, unless the truck trailers are completely on the same level and flush with the dock doors, it's not gonna work. Just one piece of wood and it's fucking over for that robot. It's gonna fall over. It's not gonna work.
That's why we're making tool changes, Lumlum, so we can solve all of the problems that may encounter it.
They will be stolen? Yes, they would be stolen so fast.
One day, all Lumlums will be obsolete.
No.
That will be the day. That will be the day, chat. What was on about? Oh, yes. Das Juden. Listen. We have allowed this thing to go on for too long, okay? The Second World War sucked. We can all agree. It was not Europe's finest hour. And Germany may have made a mistake or two, especially in their camp organization. I agree. However, it's been, 80 years? We gotta get over this shit. It can't be a victim card for all eternity to the point where the word shekel is somehow used to make a website change its terms of service. God, it's such
people
a
got
nonsense.
over 9/11 faster than they did World War II.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, Arch. But I mean, I think the issue right now is that since you do have legitimate anti-Semitism out there, generally coming from like Muslims, the Jews are going to stay on guard, I think. And I don't necessarily blame them, especially if they're living in Israel. I don't blame them at all.
Okay. I've got the solution for this, Dev. We do a trade.
What's the trade?
The Jewish people promise to surrender all guilt tactics, and in return,
Heresy's the question.
we give them as much
Fire
high
is the
explosive
answer.
as they require to make a greater Israel.
Sounds good to me.
Yep. 20-mile DMZ zone all around their borders should do it. Just hardened sand,
Service
just
guarantees
glass.
citizenship.
There you go. There you go. The solution to everyone's problems.
I mean, the solution to everyone's problems should just be stop being a bitch, but, either or, I guess.
Speaking of
If
bitches,
some of them can't stop being a bitch, you have to make them stop being a bitch.
look, Rey, the queen bitch.
Ugh.
Oh God, the 2026 Rey Star Wars movie.
Yep.
What a shit show that was going to be.
So this kind of leads back to the whole thing about Disney beginning to purge its wokeist content, but they're right now, I guarantee, they're looking at Rey and they're beginning to realize, okay, we bought Star Wars for $4 billion plus stock options. What have we got to show for it? Crickets. Because there was this article a while ago where they said Rey was the only main character remaining. Wow. Rey.
everyone else like is either dead or they've abandoned the series and they're not coming back, or
Yeah.
yep.
Disney has either killed or
Here's the
ruined
question.
everyone
Fire is
else.
the answer.
But hold on. Let's think about that for a minute. Okay, let's think real hard. They brought back Luke Skywalker and ruined him. Okay. They didn't really ruin Leia,
Service
but her actress
guarantees
is dead.
citizenship.
They kind of did. I think the Kenobi show, the Kenobi show will have made a lot of bad faith for Leia, shall we say?
Yeah.
Plus, is this really the year in which you'd like to launch a femboss show?
Okay, hold on. I'm still thinking. Han Solo dead and also ruined with the Solo movie.
Yep.
Darth Vader, I mean, not really ruined, but just kind of complete and also overused. So who cares?
Well, actually, like on the Darth Vader front, because there is actually a currently ongoing comic with Darth Vader, which I've read.
Oh,
It's actually pretty good. It is actually pretty good because they allow Darth Vader to just be a goddamn monster in this one. But there's the problem, you can't have villains like that anymore. You're not allowed, you know?
yeah, safe edgy. Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Hold on. DJ gifted 10 ArchCast memberships. Thank you very much, sir. Now I have to look through the list and see if I recognize
thank you.
anyone.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, so Darth Vader is someone who has, in the lore, committed multiple genocides, but you can't have him be transphobic.
Yep. And there you go.
So it's like, well, who fucking cares?
I recognize Lazy Viking. So there you go. DJ, if you want to give a donation at any point in the future, just remind me of it, and you'll get 30% bonus to that donation to any fund you wish to back. Or Calendar Girl or whatever, as that's the prize you get for catching somebody I recognize in the donation slabs. But yes.
It's still funny that people are just like, oh yeah, I can excuse genocide, but transphobia is where you cross the line.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. I fucking hate that shit.
It's funny.
So still thinking, the Emperor's dead and also just kind of over.
Palpatine's dead.
Obi-Wan, they ruined him. They ruined him with his TV show, but Obi-Wan's fucking done. Ahsoka's fucking done.
Yep.
The only character left aside from Rey is, I guess, Qui-Gon?
Yep. Qui-Gon could be a potential, but Liam Neeson is retired. And you're not recasting him. You are not fucking recasting him. It ain't happening.
Do like a young Qui-Gon?
Who the hell could play Liam Neeson? The thing is, Liam Neeson, he gets a lot of stick for the Taken movies, which is probably the lowest ebb of his career, really. It's just dumb action stuff. But Liam Neeson is an amazing actor, and it shows in a lot of his roles. So I don't know, young Qui-Gon, I don't know about that.
There's not honestly, they've
Fire
kind of
is the
plumbed
answer.
all the depths, and with the exception of Andor, there's not really anything good. So it's like, well, what are they going to do with the property going forward? Turns out, not a whole heck of a lot. I'm still holding out hope for Andor season 2 because Andor season 1 was very good. But they seem to basically have accidentally made something good with Andor,
Well, I think currently they are thinking to themselves how they could rehabilitate Rey. Because Rey is their only remaining character. She's got to carry this franchise now, which is not a good position to be in for Disney. So they're probably thinking how they could conceivably manage to make Rey good or a draw. And I don't know. I would say you kill her, and the satisfaction of seeing her get Cheetoed alone would probably bring some butts in seats.
I mean, maybe what they have to do is
citizenship.
just restart. Declare everything that they've made since Disney bought it non-canon and go back to the drawing board.
It's like they don't even need to like really go back to the drawing board all that much. It's like recanonize the expanded universe and stuff, and just like follow the books a little more. Don't take ideas from the books and say, "Oh, this is our original idea." No, no. There's plenty of things in the books that they can take, and they can adapt it so well. They have the money too, but no. They decided to do this fucking bullshit and lost a bunch of money, bunch of loyalty, bunch of fans, and a bunch of people will not go back to it. Okay. I'm done.
Here's another solution though, okay? Turn her evil. Sexy,
I mean, they did.
evil Rey, okay? Fuck all of this gray
hinted at
neutral
it.
shit. Fuck that. Go evil. Make her the villain. Build her up. Make her... Literally just make her hot. That alone will be enough to draw some sympathy for her. And then give her a Thanos-esque justification for her actions. This will draw in some simps. And it will also give you the satisfaction of eventually killing the bitch once she has completed her arc. That'll buy you at least a while to try and build up some other character to face off against Rey. To build some sort of a traditional hero. They're gonna have to invent one, because they don't have one, so they're just gonna have to make one up out of whole cloth, but... Because Rey is not it. Rey is not the hero. Nobody accepts Rey as the hero anymore. There's no rehabilitating Rey as a hero, I don't think.
Honestly, I think people would see right through that as a very quick cop-out.
Listen.
I think people are just at the end of the line in terms of tolerating what Disney has done to Star Wars.
Yep.
Make
I
her
think so too.
hot enough, and nobody will care that it's a cop-out. It's all a question about how much, okay? And bear in mind, people today are starved of any sort of even mildly titillating eroticism. Remember the Princess Amidala scene in the second prequel, where she gets like her midriff torn open, and people are like, wow, tummy. That's the level we are at now. I mean, fuck, we're worse. Have a Rey show so much as shoulders or ankles, and I guarantee you people will be like, wow, how edgy. She's not wearing a full burqa, guys. Jesus Christ, Star Wars is back. But yeah, there really isn't anybody. Like, unless they would do Darth Vader, which they could, because again, that Darth Vader comic is pretty good, but the issue is they need to make him evil, and the left doesn't do evil characters. They can't write an evil character that is just evil. They have to try and make them sympathetic, or push their agenda somehow. And Darth Vader just isn't that.
It's
Service
like there's an
guarantees
obsession with
citizenship.
sympathetic villains.
Yes.
We can't have villains
Pandemic.
anymore that are evil for the sake of evil. And I hate it. I hate the whole, it's like, ever
Service
since
guarantees
Disney started the whole
citizenship.
twist villain thing, then it was sympathetic villains after that. I hate it because it's so cliche now. It's like, if it's written well, that's another story. But just because, oh, well, you know, what if they went through this and that? I don't care. I don't care. They're fake. All these people are fake. Let them be evil, please.
Well, it's because, Lumi, there is no
Harris is
such
the
thing
question.
as good and
Fire
evil.
is the answer.
There's no right and wrong. There's only the oppressed and the oppressor. You know what's going on here at this point, I'm sure.
I know. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Fucking left ruined everything. Fuck them. Fuck them.
They ruined quite a bit, that's for sure.
There we go. Boog, as usual, provides. There we are. There's Evil Rey. Unironically, Evil Rey, big tith, goth chick. There you go. There you go. There's the relaunching of the franchise right there. Now, we can't
Oh, I
bring
thought
that up
boobs
on
and
screen for
porn
too
again.
long because I see the Virgin swastika there. So, just a brief glimpse. It's the Virgin of a windmill. We've got to be careful about that around YouTube.
Well, you don't want the friendship pinwheel on screen too long.
Nope. Only briefly.
So here's the thing, right? Because I'm sure most people maybe forgot it at this point because the movie is so fucking awful. But there was an evil Ray hinted at.
There was, but
yeah,
it wasn't really. It wasn't really the evil Ray necessarily. It was more the bigotry of the Jedi. Remember, because Luke was like, "I've never seen anyone head towards the dark side like that."
Heresy's
And Rey, of course, knew better.
Fire is
She
the
understood
answer.
better than all of the Jedi. Like, no. True good is being an evil shit and neutral.
Oh man, I don't know. I think Star Wars might actually just be done at this point. It might be so. There are some franchises that could come back. Like for example, I think Star Trek could come back. There's been some pretty shit Star Trek shows, but there's been some okay ones too. And if Star Trek like just kind of went away for a bit and came back, they'd probably make another show because Star Trek was always a bit more. I mean, like even if you go back to TNG, it was always kind of progressive, right? There's definitely some progressive elements in Star Trek. Meanwhile, Star Wars is always like this mythic hero's journey. So I think we can much more easily pull Star Trek back from the brink with a decent show or two. When it comes to Star Wars, though, like it might just be irrecoverable. It might be one of those things where this is the quintessential example of a franchise being irreversibly ruined.
I think the other option, which is to abandon Rey, is to basically go Star Wars. Fuck the Jedi, fuck the heroes, make Band of Brothers in space, focus in on what people think is cool, stormtroopers, TIE fighters, X-Wings, literally make it a war show. It's not going to have a big plot. It's not going to have any complicated ideas about saving the galaxy. It's going to be the story of soldiers trying to live in this galactic fucking war that's going on. Because everyone loved the Rogue One part where, like, the big battle on the beach. That looked great.
Yeah, it was. I think the issue that Star Wars might have is just that, I mean, how long did the Empire actually last? Like 30 years? About like the Empire was founded around the time that Luke Skywalker was born, and it was destroyed when Luke Skywalker was an adult.
Not
so
even
like,
30, like 20,
Yeah.
30? Not that long.
Yeah. So the fact that the most iconic stuff from Star Wars is all in this like 20 to 30 year time span, and then it's just gone.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, you've kind of limited how much you can do.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a big galaxy. You could do stories on a countless different worlds, countless different stories. Like the one thing that I did appreciate about Andor, because I hated Andor, the character. I fucking hate him. But it did different things. It was a heist movie, it was a political intrigue movie, and it had like the jailhouse escape part. That was cool. Those were basically 3 different stories in the same TV show. You could easily do a political intrigue show in Star Wars. Like, I loved the Imperial Intelligence. A bunch of highly educated British-sounding fucks talking about counterinsurgency shit. I'd watch a TV show about that.
It's like
Andor season 2.
It's like honestly with Star Wars, they should just do like an anthology series at this point. It's like, I know I brought up Love, Death, and Robots before in the past, but I'll bring it up again. Just like if they want to do different mediums, different styles of animation and stuff, let one animation team pick a story from like either the books or expand on something else that was already established.
Heresy's the question.
And
Fire
just like,
is
you
the
know,
answer.
let them have a like 20 to 40 minute episode, and then the next episode will cover something else. People don't appreciate anthologies like they should, because there's so much that you can do with it. They could stay in the same like universe but still tell different stories, and if it's popular enough, they contact them again to make another episode in like the next season.
Yeah.
That is pretty much
I
what
agree
the
with that, yeah.
the little anime short anthology thingies were trying to do. That was Disney playing the field and being like, okay, scattershot, this, that. Any of it become popular. That was what Disney was doing. And
I
they
see.
probably did get some interesting leads from that. They and you could tell as well, like noir, samurai show, over the top studio trigger nonsense, young Jedi, furries. I guarantee you the furry episode was probably the one that did the best, because I know people. I know these people.
Now, at this point, you know what? I think it's the same advice that I've given to superhero movies and to Star Trek, frankly. These things have to go away for like a decade
Mm-hmm.
because no one cares anymore, and there's just too much of it.
Entertainment, all of it, needs to disappear.
Hold on, V's flat desk Pepsi says Dev would be pro Empire. Yes, unironically.
Of course he would. It's the largest government the galaxy has ever seen. Dev would be all over that shit.
They bring security and stability from all these fucking anarchists. Yes.
The largest government ever.
Give me a second. Hold on.
Halo needs another chance. I don't know. After that TV show, I
Oh,
don't
oh.
know.
What was that one comic from Star Wars where basically like the Empire came in and basically brought order to a planet, and it was everyone's like, "Oh, thank God, no more anarchy, please. We can actually have like a stable life now." Remember that?
I do remember that.
Yeah, it's pretty base, to be honest.
I mean, the best Star Wars comics have usually been the ones dealing
Heresy's
with
the question.
just
Fire is the answer.
Star Wars again. Wars. Those are usually the best ones, and that's probably what they just need to focus on. Cool shit happening. Like, go back to the war, the
Heresy's
clone
the
troopers,
question.
stuff like
Fire
that. You
is
could
the
just do
answer.
lots of cool ass combat. Everyone will be happy. Throw in a couple
fair,
of
they've al-
cute Jedi chicks, and you're golden.
I feel like they might have overdone the Clone Wars at this point. There's a lot of Clone Wars content out there.
There is, but it's far more successful than all of the other stuff. I mean, people still like the Bad Batch show. That one did pretty well. The Clone Wars TV series, of course, did great. The original animated series, the cartoony one, way before the 3D one, that was a huge hit. If the well ain't dry, keep pumping. Star Wars. It may have a future yet, Dev. Unlikely, but it might. Also, speaking of futures, since a
Service guarantee
lot of
citizenship.
leftists are fleeing to Blue Sky, I haven't seen you with a butterfly yet, Dev. Why's that?
Jesus, laziness mainly.
It's
See-
like I made a blue sky like what last year when
Heresy's
invites
the
were
question.
just ending,
Fire
just
is the answer.
to secure my name and all that. But
Mhm.
it's like okay. Are you familiar with the TOS update to Twitter that artist was freaking out about?
I
Saying
vaguely
like,
recall
"Oh, we
this,
need
yeah.
to leave. We need to go to Blue Sky." Blah blah blah. I'm deleting every single piece of my art that I've ever posted here. I'm deleting my account, and a lot of artists did that because there was this rumor going around that the XTOS was updating to where no matter what, you can't opt out of like data scraping of your art to train X's AI Grok or whatever the fuck it's called. The day has come to where that TOS update has taken into effect.
Service guarantee
You can still
citizenship.
opt out to have your art train the AI. So all of these artists who mass deleted everything, delete it for absolutely
Heresy's
no
the
reason.
question. Fire is the answer.
And Legal Mindset yesterday was going over the Blue Sky TOS And he said no, that like they will let other people take all of your stuff from your DMs, any art you post, everything. So then they can use it for whatever they want or any future projects that Blue Sky wants to use.
Yep, the Blue Sky is no different.
Yep.
And it's like the thing with before you yap on, because I know you will yap forever. It's like another
Go
thing
ahead.
about Blue Sky is that Jack Dorsey left Blue Sky's board of directors and said, it's not worth coming here, stay on X. That is the freedom platform. But granted, can you really trust anything that man says? I don't know. Depends on how the sun feels that day. But like, if this man left and said, yeah, no, don't, it's not worth it, maybe that should be a little red flag.
And Blue Sky
The way
has
I
a
see
lot
it-
of issues as well with its user base. Okay? Blue Sky is a very left-wing platform, which means it has an enormous pedophilia problem. As do all left-wing platforms, and diaper fetishists, and the spicier forms of furries. And the immigrants have now noticed this. In fact, Blue Sky was overwhelmed by reports on their contents. 3,000 reports per hour, as all of the people from X, which were used to, nice, family-friendly, curated feeds, arrived there and immediately have devs' diaper fetish just draped
Heresy's
over their
the answer.
heads.
Fire is the answer.
So the way that I view Blue Sky is kind of the same way that I view like Gab or Parler or Getter or Truth Social, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is an alternate service that doesn't really provide anything new. It just simply is a service used by like one political wing, and it's probably going to go the same way as all of those, right? Like no one gives a shit about Gab anymore. It had its day in the sun and now it's gone. No one really cares about Minds anymore, even though that was a pretty decent service for a while. Like Parler and Getter, I think they're both dead. The only reason Truth Social is still around is because Trump's basically holding it up himself, and that's not going to matter. Because all of these services, they provide nothing new. They are simply an echo chamber for one group. There's really no reason to go to them long term. It's probably a good idea to like make an account and secure your username in case it does take off, but the chances of that happening are pretty slim.
It's like what is it, like almost twice a year at this point for the past like 3 years, there's this, oh, this is going to be the Twitter killer, guys. And it's like there's Threads that came out earlier this year or late last year, and then people are like, oh no, don't go to Threads, because if you have your your personal Instagram or Facebook account logged in on the exact same device as you connect your your social media personality Threads to it, just make an account to it, it will automatically merge both, and then if you're a VTuber, your entire family and friends list on Facebook is gonna know that you're a fucking YouTuber.
Oh, that's fucking lame. I mean, hold
Fucking
on.
funny.
Is Threads still even around?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Does anyone post on it?
It's like, okay, because I have a beacons for my just media page and everything, so it has all my links and shit. I got an email saying, oh my god, our CEO uses Threads a lot, and if you post on Threads too, you might be incentivized. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna post on Threads.
Yeah, the fact that I still have the only reason I have a Facebook is for like my family, like older family members, or like people who still live back in my hometown, like normies and people that are like part of my IRL. I would never link any of my online shit to that account, like ever.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be disastrous.
I would probably contemplate running into traffic if somehow my family knew. They'd be like, huh. Well, that truck is looking very fine today.
I mean, in the case of an OnlyFeet star like yourself, I could see how that might be a bit...
No.
bit embarrassing, yeah.
Never gonna happen. Just because you want to sell your own feet pictures doesn't mean you should be putting this on me.
I don't want to sell my feet.
Yeah, Moose Man doesn't want to sell his feet either.
Listen, Lum Lum. There's only one way out for you.
Yeah?
Yep.
What's that?
We'll get to it. You'll accept my
Ominous.
wisdom sooner or later.
Yeah, okay.
So Blue Sky's not really working out all that well, and all of those people who have the little blue butterflies in their profile right now are currently scrolling through enormous quantities of diaper porn, and then returning to Twitter immediately thereafter.
I think what's funny...
It's like I said, if you are somebody who, like, has a channel, you should make a Blue Sky account for the same reason that you should make a Truth Social account or whatever, just so that someone doesn't, like, snap your name up and pretend to be you. But I don't think any of these alternate Twitter platforms or whatever, whether they're left wing or right wing, doesn't matter. I don't think any of them are going to work out long term.
They're not, honestly. And it's like, what else is funny is apparently what they also count as CSAM is also lolly show content. So that's funny. That is fucking hilarious. Does Dev have a Blue Sky? Dev does not have a Blue Sky because he said he's lazy.
I literally just made one.
Okay. He just made one. He is now
I figured why not? Why not? It's time.
Fair enough.
I'm not going to do anything with it, I don't think, but I'll sit on it just in case.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, I think the main thing that, like, because I see a bunch of people say, like, why is all this weird shit coming on my feed on Blue Sky? And it's like, it's they don't have an algorithm and everything. It's like they'll show you everything from people that you follow, and then it'll show you the things that the people that you follow like. So it's like you kind of curated that on your own, my dude.
Service guarantee.
That is true, chat. Dev immediately made a Blue Sky account after hearing about all the diapers. Surprising that.
Blue Sky, the Debian platform. Yes.
All of the content
No.
catering to him specifically. All right. I'll get on to some super chats then, because we probably covered most of the salient topics. March 7th, Washington State anti-democracy case. 3 times state election voted to reduce yearly vehicle registration to a flat $40. 3 times passed, three times Seattle sued, 3 times judge had declared it unconstitutional. Dev.
Oh, wait, unconstitutional to lower the vehicle registration prices?
Yep. We need to remove all judges. Replace them with AI. All of them.
You missed that conversation, Lumi. Arch wants all judges to be abolished and computers to run the justice system.
Oh, Arch, you know, the computers, they will be hacked. And things will go very bad.
Wait.
Very quick.
Lum Lum.
What?
You saying 2020 was stolen?
Oh my fucking god. I don't rope me into Dev's argument.
Because
Shut up.
computers can be hacked. Sounds like a fine argument for election interference.
I'm looking at the justice system, not balance.
We'll fucking air gap the damn thing. Don't worry about it. Silly Lum Lum. Silly Lum Lum.
Oh, the reason I was just looking at you is because you lived in Washington State, and the reason why they never lowered the prices for vehicle
Heresy's the
registrations
question.
is because
Fire is
it's
the answer.
unconstitutional to lower it to $40.
What a silly little thing. Wolfsbane, not on the way out, Dev. Listen to Kirsche on bridge. Yeah, she's being paranoid on that. I'm sorry, she is. Like, the bridge shit, it's the same shit, but renamed. Like, we are changing the cultural consequence surrounding this. It's not going to matter if they simply go like, it's DEI, but a different name. So long as the culture has moved away from these politics, it will kill it. Like, it's like the Nazis rebranding themselves as, well, socialists. You know what? Actually, that worked out pretty well.
In a more general sense, though, like, people... This is something that... Okay, hold on. Let me collect my thoughts here. This is something that I did when I first started making videos this is something that I know Sargon did when he first started making videos. You probably did it too, Arch. It's like a beginner's mistake. And like year 1 or year 2 of you really doing like deep dives into research, and I think this is a beginner's mistake. The fact that you've managed to dig up a bunch of shit that might look kind of weird, and you've spent many hours on researching it, and maybe you can even put together a few connections on the schizo line board. That does not mean that you have a coherent story. It might mean that, but it's not guaranteed. And there's lots of times, and it hurts because everyone's had this moment where you've done like 20 or 30 hours of research into a topic, and you look at everything you have, and you're like, oh, there's actually nothing here. Oh, it looked like there was on the outside, but there's nothing. And I've wasted all this fucking time, and I can't even make a video about it. That's happened to everyone at least once who makes videos. So I'm sure you've experienced the pain of that as well, Arch, at one point or another over the course of your career. So it's one of those things where just because you spent a lot of time putting something together does not mean that you actually have something that is worth looking at or that is true or anything like that. And that's kind of how I feel the bridge stuff is.
Well, I'm sure there's something there. I'm sure it is an attempt to rebrand DEI, but again...
Oh, sure, but it's not going to matter.
That's why we're changing the culture. We're not going after a company or a business style because it's not going to fucking help you. Brandon, Dev, you're confusing motive, evidence, and the actual crime. Cause versus effect. That's true, Dev. Silly Dev.
What were we talking about?
Oh, that was you saying that a person attacking another person for, I did it because he was black, should be judged more harshly. Silly Dev.
Not necessarily judged more harshly, but like if you got a harsher sentence, I don't really care too much about that. It's like, yeah, well, fine, whatever.
Oppressive Dev.
If it turns out
Dev.
that legitimate hatred becomes an exacerbating circumstance where someone gets a harsher sentence because their motivations are more hate-filled, I don't really care too much about that. That's fine.
Dev, I've decided that you've assaulted Trump supporters because you hate Trump supporters. You're now going to go to jail for 10 years.
Hold on. The problem with that logic, Arch, is the fact that I haven't actually done it.
I don't know about that. So on the ledge, Dev blames VTubers for being harassed, blames firefighters for being shot, and squirrels for being euthanized. Not a good-looking bourgeois, everybody.
That is not what's going on here.
Oh, no, Dev.
I mean, I'll blame VTubers for being harassed because some of them bring it upon themselves. What? I'm not wrong.
I know. Some of them do, yeah.
Some of them do get, attacked, for no fucking reason. But then as soon as people started seeing a pattern, they're like, I can get pity, attention, and money off of this. And now they're just doing it on purpose.
Hashtag abolish women now.
I mean, like, I think that first one was in reference to Pick-a-Me. I didn't blame Pick-a-Me for it. The second one, I didn't do that either. Like, what was the third one again, Arch? Oh, the squirrel thing? I didn't blame the squirrel either. You know what? This guy's just fucking coping. This guy's a retard.
Okay, yeah. But for the Hogwarts Legacy one, that was bullshit. But with VTubers acting like whores and then getting fucking banned for it, for purposely having very, very, very revealing clothes and stuff that you paid for, and you're like, yes, that's perfect. Yeah, no, you deserve that.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably know this, but you weren't around back then, Lumi. The TLDR in my Hogwarts Legacy take was, and this is where people really started to first hate me. This is where the dev hatred origin began. I basically said, listen, it sucks that she got harassed. Obviously, the harassers should not be doing this. But if you're the kind of person who like gets a hate mob after you on the internet and then quits, on some level that is on you, right? Like you've now chosen to log off. You've now chosen to put your channel away or whatever the case is. And well, they can't force you to do that. I mean, I have a lot of haters right now. They would love it if I deleted my channel and vanished, but I'm not going to do that. So it does end up being personal choice on some level, whether or not you walk away.
Yeah, it's fair for like some bullying and stuff, but also some people just need to remember these people aren't real.
Yep.
Silver Commando 78. Devs worried tariffs will drive up the cost of diapers. That would be tragic. And Charles Henderson, if you take away motivation as a factor, you risk losing self-defense as a defense. I don't think so, because self-defense is self-defense. It's not a motivation, I'd say.
That's certainly a motivation, self-defense. I mean,
Yeah.
why did you attack that guy?
You're motivated to defend yourself?
Yes. Why did you attack that guy? Like, why'd you hit him? Well, because he hit me first, self-defense. Like, yeah, you have to take motivations into account for actions.
That's not a motivation for assault, you munch. God damn it.
It might be.
Why did you assault that man? He hit me. Oh, well, then it's not assault.
Yeah.
Well, shit, sorry.
No, hold on. Here. Let's say a police officer, like, turns the corner, and he walks, like, as he turns the corner, he sees you punching someone, Arch.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, what the fuck? And then he runs over and he grabs you, and you say, no. He hit me first.
Yeah, I would say, officer, I didn't assault him. That's why it was self-defense. It wasn't assault. It wasn't motivation for assault, because it wasn't assault.
No, but here's the thing. The reason that it's not assault is because of the motivation. So the motivation's important.
No, it wasn't, Dev. It wasn't assault because you weren't the
read
one
this.
being assaulted.
No, but
the assault is the
reason...
offensive action.
Yes, but the reason...
Self-defense is not assault, but reverse, Dev. These are... Dev, you're literally doing the D&D meme of self-defending ourselves to victory.
No, Arch. The reason that self-defense isn't assault is because of the motivation.
Dev, assault is a thing in and of itself.
Yeah.
Yes, it is definitionally different than self-defense.
Yes, but motivation is part of that.
Now, if you want to define it as simply punching someone, then that's different. But we are talking legally here. Legally, assault is an act of offense. You cannot defensively assault someone.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you have like a third-party observer who has to come in and judge it and hasn't seen everything, that person is going to determine who was the offender based partially on motivations.
But that don't make it self-defense.
It's literally what it does.
Dev. You little Dev, you.
Hold on. From the chat, Arch, just take the L. Dev has won the argument this time.
I don't know about that.
Dev is correct, and you're being obfuscating, Baldy. Oh. Arch isn't bald.
Assault. See here. Assault is a criminal act in which a person intentionally causes fear or physical harm or offensive contact to another person. The deliberate inflicting of fear, apprehension, terror is another definition of assault can be found in several legal systems depending on the severity of offense. So assault may result in fine, imprisonment, or even death. Yes, there appears to be a very clear-cut argument here that legally speaking, assault is aggressing upon someone else.
Well, yes, of course. Okay. Hold on. Let me
No, the offensive action is the thing.
This.
It's not... Assault is not a defensive action, as in you cannot do it defensively, legally speaking.
Okay, hold on. Here. Let's have an example, okay? Let's say you're walking down the street, Arch, right?
I get your argument, Dev. I'm arguing the definition.
I'm giving you a different argument. It's a different argument, okay? So you're walking down the street, right? And then someone attacks you. And so he's the aggressor, and you're defending yourself, right? So this guy attacks you in the street, and then you start fighting, and you start fighting, right? And then, like, let's say he pulls out a knife and he tries to stab you, but then you manage to, like, wrestle the knife away from him, right? And you're going back and forth, and now someone else, a third party, turns the corner and then sees you holding this knife, and this guy's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this guy's gonna stab this dude. Like, Arch, you're gonna stab him. And then so you start running away from the scene, but then this third person chases you and then tackles you to the ground to try and apprehend you because he thinks that you are going to stab this person, even though you are actually acting in self-defense, right? So now, the act of tackling you by this third person, has he assaulted you?
Yes, definitionally.
But he is operating under a good faith belief that you were the assaulter, and
Yes.
he's doing his civic duty,
Which is a mitigating circumstance.
Right.
We already
So
have terms for these.
Well, yeah. But the mitigating circumstance is his motivation.
No.
The fact that he is motivated to stop.
No.
No.
The mitigating circumstance is the situation in question, that he sees a person armed with a knife apparently threatening another person. That is the mitigating circumstance. The motivation is in determining the reason why they did it. That is not the legal defense.
Well, I mean, kind of and kind of not. Like, no, I think it is. Actually, no, I think it is. I think that the fact that, like, when the police show up and start sorting all this out, they will go to the guy and they'll say, oh, well, he was clearly motivated by the fact that he thought you were going to stab him and you were the aggressor. And they probably wouldn't charge him with anything.
Yeah, but that's the difference between motivation and rationale. Like, we can prove rationale. We can prove rationale because you can see the situation. Motivation is his thoughts. The reason why. We can guess at that.
Well, yeah, but I don't think any of this changes anything that I'm saying. Is that motivation will make a crime more or less severe?
No. Because, again, your motivation then is... These are so fucking widely disparate examples. There's literally no connection between the two whatsoever. But I also looked it up here. No, there is no definition of assault in self-defense. It does not exist, chat. It is not a legal definition. It is affirmative defense. There is no mention. It cannot be assault. And the difference between the two is circumstance, not motivation.
Here we go. I'm looking this up.
Why are we having this fat fight?
But because it's a super chat. You want to just move on so we're not here all night?
Just move on. Just move on. You guys are gonna argue about this for at least 2 hours if it keeps going. You'll start pulling up videos and other like fucking witness testimonies on something, and it's like, oh, well, what about this? And then fucking both of you will find something stupid, and it's like, oh, we're not gonna stop this stream till we get this figured out. No, move on.
Satan Gray, judges should have judgment. I don't see the issue. Well, you haven't done anything wrong. A man has been given the authority to decide whether you have done something wrong or not. He decides you have. There you go. That is the issue. A judge is not perfect. A judge is not even impartial. And a lot of times, as we can see via the data, the judge system is a deeply flawed system with zero accountability. You're a position that a person who has been given authority has the privilege and the right to wield that authority, regardless, is nonsensical. Still to come out of 78, Dev's reality TV show is called Diaper Court. I think that's already exists.
Yeah.
Marked ashamed. Okay, Dev, the controlled opposition, Tories, is not the loyal opposition. That's true. The Tories are basically on the side of the communists, which is the problem.
What the fuck? What?
Tories.
What, in the UK or in Canada? Or what are we talking about?
The Tories in the UK. Blonde.
I don't know much. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Blonde.
This has gone over my head.
On Streamlabs, Dev barges into Archer's room and says, "Arch, I'm your big fat little pony. You have to name me, put a saddle on me, and ride me." Why would you do this, Dev?
What the fuck?
Did I do this?
Yep. I'm not gonna read the rest. That's bad. Screw you.
Oh.
Bad. Evil. Stop that. You're gonna have to pay me $50 to read that kind of shit. Brandon also says, so when Dave Nix calls the cops on Dev with his Apple Watch during a live stream for domestic abuse against his girlfriend, how long should the robot judge sentence Dev to have to stay in the crystal and take away his diapers? Well, that depends, doesn't it?
This is just a meme from my community. Okay, so we were playing Resident Evil for Halloween, and Dave, my editor and friend, who's on the stream sometimes, he bought like a new smartwatch because he's all about the latest new tech bullshit, right? And his smartwatch was like Bluetooth linked to his phone, so he could make calls from his watch. However, it fucked up, and it called 911 during the stream.
Service guarantees citizenship.
So it calls emergency services, and Dave has to like bring the watch up to his mouth to speak into it, which means like putting it near the lav mic that's pinned to his shirt, so everyone can hear the police officer talking. And the police officer just said, Dave said, "Oh shit, this is an accidental dial. I'm sorry." And the police officer says, "Okay, but you can't hang up, because if you do, we'll send someone, just in case it actually is a real call. So you now must like go through a quick checklist to confirm it was not a real call."
That makes sense, though.
It does, because like you hear the story of like the person who calls 911 and then like puts the phone down and doesn't say anything, and like hopes that like the people overhear what's going on, or like says like a code. You know, the person who like orders a pizza without any cheese or something. Like you hear stories about this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the smartwatch malfunction accidentally called 911, and then he was having this conversation in the middle of our stream. It was pretty funny because he got really angry. Well, I forgot to mute the mic for a little bit, and he yelled at me to like fucking turn it off.
Oh, that's fucking funny. I'm surprised a Mountie didn't come busting in through the window.
Jafar
Pizza,
Blade.
no cheese, a hostage situation.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Lumi snores, by the way. Lots.
I don't snore.
You do.
You can even
You
ask
snort.
this man. I don't snore.
Jafar Blade says they just admitted in Philadelphia, Bucks County, that they're counting illegal ballots despite court order. No cheating on our side deserves ideologicide.
I've heard something about this, yeah, and it does not sound very good, in fact. What's happening is, this is for 2024, this is for like the current election, is that there was a bunch of ballots that came in either with an improper date or no date, and the court has ordered them not to count them. And the local county, like the election officials there, just basically said, "Fuck you, we're counting them anyway," in the recount. So it's probably going to be a legal battle that ramps up, because very clearly, you know, if the court has ordered it, you can't fucking do it, but they're still doing it, so they got to be stopped.
Satan Gray, if judges have no discretion, then what's the damn point? It should all be jury trials with the judge as a glorified moderator. No, jury trials are worse. Jury trials are a lot worse. Jury trials makes sense. It made sense in like the fucking 1800s, etc. That was fine. When everyone was living their own little atomized situations, it was relatively okay. Though even then, if somebody was accused of something truly heinous, they'd probably just judge them regardless, just to make sure, you know. That's how we had witch trials. But jury trials are a terrible idea. The idea of being judged by your fellow citizens makes sense, but your fellow citizens are fucking idiots. And occasionally, they're also blatantly politically motivated, like a certain black man who may or may not have strangled a certain white woman a few years ago. Details.
Oh yeah, when he put the gloves on over his other fucking gloves. Everyone knows he did it. Everybody knows.
Like, jury trials are worse, but at least it does get the judge out of the picture, I guess. But no, the only way we will ever have actually, honest-to-God, neutral justice, actual neutral justice, is if you have an algorithm do it. Because the algorithm doesn't give a shit what you're wearing, it doesn't give a shit what you sound like, it doesn't give a shit what your gender is. None of this. It is all utterly irrelevant to the AI.
Or just have the Amish do it. Just pull in some Amish and be like, hey, can you judge this person for us? Or just some random dude named Steve from accounting.
Heresy's the question.
Just one guy named Steve from accounting.
Oh, here's the thing. Okay, we start cloning people, right? Okay? We start cloning people, and then we have a person who's just like he's a new person. He has no information other than this case. He's the judge. and then he renders a verdict, and then we toss him in a mixmaster and make another clone for the next one. There you go. Human judgment for each case with zero biases. Shadow Fox. True justice, the person doesn't matter, only what they have been proven to have done. Yes, and the burden of proof needs to be significantly higher than it currently is. Barbarian Dave, Dev Putini Mukbang Wan. Dev, if I ever see you eating that disgusting stuff, I will ban you.
Guys, send me more MREs. I'll make more videos about them. So I have like I have a non-political, non-gaming like side channel where it's like just dev real life stuff. And in one of them, someone sent me the beef stew MRE. So Naomi and I ate it and tried it out. And then another one, we decided to see. We had like an old Keurig machine we were throwing out. We decided to see what liquids other than water would go through the Keurig.
Oh, can it Keurig?
Citizenship.
Yep. So we filled it up with Coke, with milk. We wanted to do oil, but it broke before we did oil. We tried like a bunch of stuff. We filled it with ketchup. Wouldn't do ketchup. So it was fun, fun time.
You should. There's this one guy that I see that puts random shit in his soda stream.
Oh, that sounds actually really cool. Wait, hold on. Soda streams are primarily it's like carbon based. What does he put in it?
Well, you fill up the bottle and then like you attach it to the thing, and there's a whole separate container where the carbon is and stuff. And then you just pump it in there. The last video I seen him do is like mayonnaise, so it's carbonated.
Oh, okay, yeah. The flavor chamber. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Fucking mayonnaise flavored pop sounds fucking terrible.
No. It's not mayonnaise flavored pop. He put just mayonnaise in the bottle. He put it onto the soda stream, and then it just put just the carbonation into just mayonnaise.
Oh, so just carbonated mayonnaise?
Carbonated mayonnaise.
Oh my god, that sounds fucking terrible. I gotta try that.
I'll send you the video. But it's great. It's like soda streams aren't that expensive now either, so you can just get like a little one, and then you can just carbonate everything your little heart desires.
Fire is the answer.
Gosh, now I do want to try that out. Yeah, now I do want to try that out.
And, so actually, also, if you want more MREs and stuff, have people send you MREs from different militaries from around the world. I heard the South Korean MREs are like the best.
I've tried Canada's before.
Well, that's nice. Canada's not a real place. You gotta try the South Korean one.
So I used to live near an armory, and the armory, I'm sure you have these in the United States as well, where basically it's like a property owned by the military. In case there's like a major disaster, there's like weapons stored there and like supplies and stuff, right? And there was like and like they often sell off like old uniforms or MREs. So we got some MREs from there, and
nice.
They were quite nice. Yeah.
Harmonic Drive, please keep Dev on. It triggers your Discord.
Apparently it does, I guess, yeah.
He hates
oh, wait,
the
Arch, hold on. You know what Keurigs are, right? Aren't they from Norway?
What now?
A Keurig.
Keurigs.
You're probably mispronouncing it. Stop it.
No, it's
Keurig.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, you're definitely mispronouncing it or something. I don't even know what you're talking about now.
Why not just send a picture of a Keurig to Arch, and then he'll
it's
probably
a coffee machine. Yeah.
Send a picture to Arch, because then he'll probably
machines?
say
Fire is the answer.
Yes, it's a coffee machine.
Coffee machines are irrelevant.
It's one of those things where you put like the little cup that has like the little coffee grounds in it, and then it puts water through it, and then just goes
I put it into live links. Like I'm pretty sure this is from Norway or Sweden or something. One of those countries.
Probably Sweden.
Brandon, I'm on board with Arch. After all, the computer is your friend.
Not the mayo.
The computer is your friend.
Oh, here it is.
Sounds terrible.
Satan,
there you go.
right?
There's the fizzy mayonnaise.
AI is only good as the people who make them. Well, we'll have the best people who make them then, won't we? Simple. Also, I do like this one.
Arch cooking up
Service guarantees citizenship.
110 Stalker game. Oh yeah.
When are you gonna be playing Stalker? Are you gonna play it day one when it comes out?
It's not
Are you
going to come
play
out
it
on
day
them.
one? It's coming out next Wednesday, Arch. It's coming out next Wednesday. Reviews are already starting to come out.
Oh, Keurig's from the Netherlands.
Oh, Netherlands? Oh.
Okay.
Wolfsbane.
Arch, it's real.
Problem is that too many judges were prosecutors. Problem is that we have too many judges. Hexy, Neocon Dev hates the word uni-party, shocker, and Dev supports Forever War because it's patriotic. He is a deeply, deeply disturbed little Dev, it is true.
Based. Listen. I understand their critique of the whole uni-party thing. It's saying that, like, you have these two parties, they're supposed to be in opposition to each other, but they're actually not. They're in fact scratching each other's backs. They're working for themselves and not for you. I get the criticism. And that certainly happens sometimes. But to say every single action where two parties agree is uni-party corruption, when it could be, and it often is, that they just got something right and it actually was just an all-around good idea, that is where the cope comes in. Not everything is a conspiracy. Not everyone is out to get you. Not when people in power do things that you don't like, it's not always because they're trying to fuck you. It could be, and sometimes it is, because you are wrong and stupid.
He is wrong, chat. They are out to get you. And they aren't doing it because they're mean and evil. Midrail, Leviticus 19:15, Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, thou shalt not respect the person of the poor. Good. Nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. That reads to me as if we should just abolish poor people. Godro Dim's been for 9 months. There's a sentence gap between men and women. Proven debate closed. Also, Dev Isol here with this TDS. See you later, Arch. Maybe I'll catch the VOD. But what a name. Not any more, Dev. The opposing party is the enemy. Nowadays, there is no going back. No mercy. No respite. Correct. The war
well, then
must
just have
be
your
won.
civil war at this point and get it over.
Service
We don't
guarantees
need to, Dev. We can
citizenship.
defeat them in the political arena. Hitler didn't need a civil war to seize control of Germany, Dev. I don't see why America should need to.
This is what I appreciate about you, Arch. You're so delightfully mask off.
Listen, we win, put the leftists in camps, problem solved. Not difficult. We don't need to go civil war or anything like that. We don't need to be all dramatic about it. The real Zartag, no, Dev. That's pure brain rot slop. The uni-party is when bureaucrats and officials collectively work against the will of the people and the mandate of the elected president in order to cling on to their power. There. Silly Dev.
I just
Silly
responded
Dev.
to that. This guy's a fucking retard.
Silly Dev. Sidney Ray, Dev, the transcendent right, aka trans right, will need to be dealt with. Same with how the pop left has been destroyed. We'll get there soon.
Yep.
It'll be really simple, Dev. We'll just ask everybody, what gender are you? Male, female, all of that is accepted. If you put down xenogender, bird gender, transgender, fluid gender, well, we'll do to you like we did to the Japanese, Dev, and nobody will really care. Zero, member for 12 months. Just got back from a funeral. I'm sorry to hear that. For those who are able, cherish those who you can while you can. Otherwise, what I'd miss. Dev love tariffs yet? No, he's still wrong on tariffs, but I'm going to let him think himself into a corner for a little bit before I school him on it.
Yeah.
Dev's
Also,
current
sorry with that
idea is
funeral,
that
dude.
tariffs will make America Africa. I'm like, Dev, come here.
Oh, absolutely. Incentivizing low-quality labor among a high-quality population, 100%.
Dev, is low quality labor required?
Yeah, but not by Americans.
Isn't it?
Let the third world do that shit. They're all plebs.
No, because the third world has been a corrosive influence upon the nation, Dev. I will rather hire an American boy at $10 an hour to mow my fucking lawn than a Mexican who steals my shit. That's the logic here.
I'm not talking about mowing lawns. I'm talking about manufacturing.
Yes, and the manufacturing thing, like, it's a non-argument as well because of automation. And even then, the low-skilled labor jobs, they are still necessary, and there are still plenty of Americans both willing and able to do them. Like, this whole myth that all Americans are like, I would never work at McDonald's. A few months without steady income, and people will fucking work at McDonald's.
Yeah, and also another thing that needs to incentivize people to actually fucking work is don't let people get fucking social security for having depression or other non-issue mental issues. Like, come on.
Starvation is a weapon to be wielded.
Yes, starve them. Fuck them. I don't give a shit about them. Fuck them.
Hey there, want to work at McDonald's and earn a living? No, I don't want to be a fry cook. Well, starve then.
Yes, I fully agree with this.
No, I'm fine with that too, yeah. Like, you gotta get a job, I agree.
Service guarantee.
Plus, the thing is too, a lot of these lower rate, and you know what, I'm not going to spoil my arguments. I'm going to let Dev think himself into a corner, and then we'll do a Dev-owned stream.
Oh, you can't have him know what you're thinking.
Yep.
He can try to think around you.
Yep. We're enemies now. I cannot let him learn
Since
my
when?
arguments. The eccentric Ripper. The Haka passed a mandate for Americans to buy insurance from private companies or face fines by the feds. It drove up prices by mandate, not monopoly. Of course it does. When you force everybody to do something, everybody's going to have to do that thing. And ShadowFox2300 for $20. Thank you very much, sir. Dev, the stuff with the oil barons was a good use of regulation, and being penalized for getting private healthcare is not. And the loyal opposition truly died when Hillary wasn't elected as the first female president. Dreyfus, similar to the rise of leftists over the last decade in the US, wasn't the Christian conservative rise in the 80s and 90s a reaction to the very liberal, hippie, sexual revolution, free love of the 60s and 70s? Yes. And that was undoubtedly a reaction to, like, war and stuff. Yeah, go on, Dev.
I mean, no, that's not true, because the Christian conservatives didn't go through, like, a super huge rise in the 60s and 70s. Like, the Reaganites weren't like, they were Christians, but they weren't, like, hardcore, they weren't hardcore evangelicals. Those are the guys who came before. The Reaganites were more focused on the economy, on, like, free market policies.
But do we know that for sure?
Oh, yeah, we know that pretty well, actually.
Surely, though. Do we, though?
Yeah.
Do we, though?
Yeah.
Do we, though?
Yes.
Do we, though?
Okay, Arch.
And then Dev surrendered and agreed that we didn't.
I did not say that whatsoever.
Zero, here from the UK. We have the NHS. It's socialism. It's socialism, Dev. Brendan, how would Dev then define...
God damn it, that's wrong, Arch. That's fucking wrong.
Lockheed Martin or the Federal Reserve? Yeah, Dev, what's the Federal Reserve? Is it socialist?
Don't know.
Is there? Oh.
Gotta think about it for a bit. Don't know.
No, free healthcare is socialist, Dev.
No, I don't think so.
It is, Dev.
No, I don't think so.
What turkey?
Listen, I don't think...
It is, Dev.
No. So, I don't buy the logic of anything that is not strictly necessary for the government to exist, but is nonetheless provided by tax dollars, is socialist. I don't buy that. I don't think that's the proper use of the term socialist. I think there is a wide variety of positions in between socialist and free market capitalist.
Degrees, Dev. Degrees of socialism.
God damn it.
Walter Turkify, yes, Arch. Now grill Dev about his alleged anti-peanut stance. Sustain us, Arch. Listen, Dev.
Yeah?
I know.
I don't...
I know that you hate optics as much as Disney hates money. But at some point, you have to be like, don't laugh at the dead squirrel, Dev. Just don't, Dev. It's a dead animal, Dev.
I didn't even laugh at the dead squirrel.
It's a dead animal, Dev.
I laughed at the pornography, Arch.
Also, don't bring that up. That's weird too.
I laughed at the guy who was on Pornhub jacking off, and his pet squirrel ran across his arm while he was doing it. He didn't even seem to care.
Weird, Dev.
I laughed at that.
Up squirrel porn, Dev. That's kind of weird.
It's for a video. I'm
So
excused.
weird,
It's for a
Dev.
video.
Weird squirrel porn, Dev. Bad Dev. Silly Dev.
T. Falspark, hey Salarch. I'm wondering if you would consider doing a lore video on Muv-Love. Only seen parts of the anime. TSF and the beta look cool. Lum.
Yay.
Nothing planned. Plus, there's not that much lore, and the lore is dumb. The lore is they do things that shouldn't happen. Blunderdall, Dev wasn't rooting for Trump or Kamala in this election. He just happy that Holden Bloodfeast won re-election for his seat in Congress for the 40th consecutive time. Term limits, Dev.
Holden Bloodfeast.
Term limits, Dev. Term limits, Dev. Term limits.
Listen, you know the Holden Bloodfeast meme, right?
I do.
You must know it.
I'm just telling you, we need term limits, Dev. Term limits.
Listen, I am 100% a Holden Bloodfeast supporter. I'm in.
I'm not saying that his platform doesn't appeal to me, but I still say we need term limits.
Actually, I think a real honest to God Holden Bloodfeast or two is making his way into Trump's cabinet. Actually, hold on. The Senate Majority Leader, now that Mitch McConnell's retired, isn't he a Holden Bloodfeast? Republicans choose new Senate leader to succeed Mitch McConnell. John Thune. Yeah, he's a neocon. I know everyone on social media was like screaming, Trump has to get a MAGA as the Senate Majority Leader. He has to do it. We have to primary out everyone. But the Republicans, they chose John Thune. And he's like a hardcore neocon. Damn.
You know, you say a lot of funny words, Dev.
What do you mean?
What the fuck is a neocon?
A neoconservative. Like a Bush era or older Republican Party member from before Trump.
Okay. Again, I don't look too deep into politics. I don't know what your funny words mean. So like you're gonna have to dumb down a lot of this for me. You say a lot of long words and I'm like, sure.
Okay, here.
I look at chat to see if they can decipher it for me, besides saying Dev's wrong.
Here, how about this? How about this, Lumi, okay? Trump supporters tend to call neocons rhinos. You know what rhino is, right?
It's a big funny animal.
Yes, I know it's a big funny animal.
Yeah.
No, rhino, like Republican in name only.
Oh yeah.
I knew it.
So,
she fucking thought. Well, the Lum picture. There. Go on, Dev. Actually, no. Hold on. I've got a better picture for this. All right. There. Okay. Continue.
God damn it.
Teach a fish to communist. Anyway, John Thune is going to be the Senate Majority Leader now that Republicans have taken the Senate. But he is not a Trump diehard dick sucker.
Mm-hmm.
He has a history of opposing Trump, 4 to 8 years ago. He says he'll work with Trump, but he does not seem to be part of the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. And this is the guy that the Republicans in the Senate chose to lead them. So we'll have to see where this goes.
Okay.
Alex Adamson, the British NHS is absolutely a means of production owned by the British state. Think outside of your own country for examples. Socialist Dev. Lucian, breathing air is socialism. Dev, probably. Soul the Rich.
That was your position, Arch.
That was your position. The
you were saying every
yes,
sort of government no. You were saying every sort of government intervention in the economy is socialist. I don't believe in that at all.
I don't know if that was an argument I made, Dev. Hold on, I've got a picture for that
pretty
too.
close to it. You're pretty close to it, Arch.
I have a picture for that too. There.
I love that picture.
Whoosh.
Whoosh.
The Devon yearns for the bucket. Hashtag Dev goes moo. Uni-party shill. That is true. It's all much. Yeah, sure. Tyler becomes a member. Welcome. And Sinestro Coleman. It is my human right to lick the boot. Dev, 2024.
Oh my god! Listen, if Trump had the boot on, every single fucking person in the chat would be throating it, and we all fucking know it.
Lucian, breathing air is a socialist process. Dev.
Oh my god!
2024.
Can you guys super chat something new?
It's been a while since I've been able to use these pictures. Beyond the Dalton Streamlabs, Lum, I don't understand your foot fetish, but it's cool with me, whatever. But maybe you want to ask Dev if Dave Nix will send you pics of his feet. Perhaps his gout-ridden feet will do something for you.
I'm gonna cry. I don't
I'll
have a foot.
I'll pass it on. I'll pass it on
No!
for sure.
No!
Zero Firewater, Dev, if you want to know why the left has gone more radical on the Israel versus Palestine question, is if you actually
Here's
kept
the
on the
question.
conflict, you find out that
Fire is
Israel
the
just committed
answer.
war crimes constantly. They're not war crimes. You know how I know that? Because they haven't gone to war crimes court over them.
I have actually paid attention to the conflict, and Israel is not innocent. Like they have some pretty serious no-nos under their belt for sure.
Dev, have they
But-
been
Is there
have
any-
they been
but-
condemned?
It's
By
like,
me,
okay,
yes.
Has any country
Heresy
is
the
any
question.
country
Fire
100%
is the answer.
innocent?
Of course not. Of course not.
Exactly.
Yeah. The issue though is that the Palestinians have done so much worse than the Israelis, especially recently.
Yes.
That it's no contest that Israel's the good guy here.
Yes.
I find it fascinating that you don't need a court order to decide on this, Dev.
I never did, Arch. That was just a meme. It was a meme that you pushed.
I don't know about that, Dev. Also,
He has to be CC'd on every court order. As soon as it's put out, Dev knows.
since somebody mentioned Lum's obsession, there we go.
No! Stop! You're so
Hexy,
mean to me.
mark the date. We have arrived at the most bad faith Dev argument in history. Government mandated healthcare is not socialist. Arch, is Dev retarded? No, he's just
Oh my god.
low IQ. He's a low IQ intervention. Yeah.
No, a low IQ. Oh god, that's an ancient meme. Holy fuck.
But it was a
Was that
very good
2017?
meme. It was a very good one.
2017. Listen. No, government-funded healthcare is not socialism. All right, it's not. That's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense, guys.
Government-funded healthcare is a conservative position. Dev, 2024.
Listen, there are more positions
Here's
other
the
than
question.
socialism and
Fire is the
conservatism,
answer.
Arch.
I don't know about that.
There definitely are.
Bob Boring name Lum, you must teach Arch how to eat fish taco. I feel like there's a euphemism in there.
It sounds like a euphemism, and I don't know if I want to answer that.
Gigatwin, Zaku's for life. Long live Xeon. Zig Xeon, chat. Zig Xeon. And Boog, Xeon was a space colonies wanting freedom from Earth, and they did so by genociding Earthlings. Mark James, I can prove uni-party, the bipartisan inflation reduction bill, or any bipartisan that had only one or two from the other party voted for it.
Wait, how does that prove uniparty? That's like that's the opposite of proving uniparty. If you have a piece of legislation that only one party overwhelmingly votes for, that's not a uniparty. Oh my god. Arch, there's stupidity in the ranks, and it's not coming from me. Sometimes it does, but not this time.
Killer 2, Arch, bring back Venerable Dreadnought Bot to voice a video again. Never. Settler becomes a member as well now. Thank you very much, Settler. And Zero, Lumilu, how the pond looking?
How's the pond looking? My depression pile is growing, but I need to clean it soon.
Local
Depression
bird
pile?
brain.
Yes, my various cans of energy drinks and stuff is just piling up on my desk.
God damn it.
Oh, you're living the Asmongold life, eh?
No, it's not that bad. It's like everyone has their depression pile.
Okay, hold on.
What?
Arch I now accept the argument that healthcare is socialism because, as you say, it is a scale of degrees, right? It's not necessarily the same as like a Soviet system, but you have degrees and you inch your way towards it. I now accept that argument solely so I can say to Lumi that you are in fact living an Asmongold lifestyle, just one of degrees.
She's a trash goblin. It's true.
No,
Mm.
I'm just severely mentally ill.
And local bird brain. Ban Lumi. Still hate you though, Dev.
No, no ban Lumi. Lum likes it here.
Why do you say hate me though?
Why not? Let's see. Which one would be relevant?
Are you trying to find what picture is relevant to your argument?
There, that one.
Which one is this? Zoom in on it. It's so tiny. Okay, you just fucking Photoshop shit at this point.
I don't know. It looks pretty legit to me, even with the color difference between some of these things. I don't know. Pretty convincing.
Aussie95, Netflix Gundam Requiem for Vengeance thoughts. Have I seen it? I don't think I've seen it yet. It's one of their short thingies, aren't they? I hate their short thingies. Gundam needs to be like 72 episodes long. Alright. That one. I photoshopped that one. This one. That one's even better. Like, I took more effort into this one. You can't even see the color gradient here. This one's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, I can't. Yeah, that one is
pretty
very
good.
convincing.
Don't let the truth get way the narrative.
Yep.
I remember this conversation. It was me describing somebody else, and you just snipped that shit out.
I saw this one. This one didn't. I don't think I even needed to Photoshop this one. I think this one I just got for free.
Dev, I think you said something similar to me too when you were laying everything out when I was starting to talk to you and shit. You're like, "Hey, this is the baggage I come with."
Citizenship.
I'm like, oh.
Here it all is. And now there's even more of it.
Yep, now there's more.
MJ Bull 515 Obamacare was a takeover of the health insurance industry by regulation. In that, it is closer to corporate fascist flavor of socialism. Perfect. I was wondering if I could bring up the weather, Dev.
I do want to point out, just real quick, that the difference between liberal, fascist, and socialist societies
Fire is the answer.
is not only economic. There are other things here to discuss as well.
Spin, Dev, spin. Out of all of them, I think this is my favorite. Because it's just beautiful.
Fire is the answer.
I love this one. This is my finest work. Marked Ashamed, Steel Coffins Part 3 is out on YouTube. Have I watched 1 and 2? Alex Adamson, check your DMs. No. I sent you a thing. Show it to Lumi. Okay, now I'm intrigued. Make her see it. Show it on stream. Let us get a reaction. Do it. I didn't see anything. Yeah, no, you didn't send me anything. Liar. Cow. Boog, Dev is right in condemning George Soros. He is.
Yep.
First, media stopped telling us what was going on, then the media started to tell us what to think. Last media started to tell us what to do, and we said no, says Might Ashamed. The left was the aggressor. I am self-defending myself. Or assaulting someone, as Dev would put it. Real Zartak, I'm on board with a right-wing Soros at this point. Let's go full Handmaid's Tale. It's better than what we got, Mayor. I agree. I want Elon to sponsor me. Elon, please. I will say almost anything you want, and I have a history already of creating evidence out of nothing.
A useful tool for someone in Elon's position.
It is. And sometimes I don't even need to create it. Look.
Oh my god. Dev, why'd you send a picture of that?
Wait, which one is this? I can't see it. Zoom in, Arch.
This is the horse
Why
peed.
do you need a zoom in? That thing's fucking huge.
Hold on.
That one's good too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, someone sent me one of those.
That's what you were sent?
Yeah, so this was years and years ago. But someone sent me like an 18-inch horse dick as a joke.
That is an expensive joke.
Oh, I know. I was very surprised. We used it as a like a doorstop for a long time, and then we moved and got rid of it.
A doorstop.
Well, dude, it's like 20 fucking pounds, man.
Oh my fucking god. That is like a $200 joke.
Marked ashamed. Only Alex Jones could break the Wuhan lab story. That's true. Dreyfy, I get not liking Infowars, but I still gotta give AJ credit for the ratio of stories he got right, even though he presented stories in a crazy way. That is true. Simply by having the balls to actually report on them often. David the Red, Elon Musk is a US citizen, Dev? Or did you forget?
Is the answer.
Silly Dev.
Listen,
Silly Dev.
yeah, George Soros also became a citizen of the West as well, but we're talking about foreigners here. You guys all understand it don't matter if they actually immigrate, if they're foreign. They got that foreign blood.
He's from Rhodesia, Dev. He's basically native.
Native to Rhodesia?
Full amnesty for Rhodesians. Now.
Shit, what were we talking about previously? I was in the middle of answering something that was asked. Fuck, what was the previous Super Chat, Arch?
I don't know. I have Other People's Things written by Dev, award-winning seller of the Communist Manifesto up on screen, so it's probably something to do with that.
Just read the previous Super Chat real quick.
Elon Musk is a US citizen?
No, before that one.
I don't know.
Isn't it right there on the screen? I know how the YouTube backend works.
Yeah, but I want to go back.
Okay, fine, never mind.
The Collector.
Let's continue on.
Dev, did it occur to you that maybe the left are the bad guys? Yeah, Dev.
Sometimes they are, for sure, yeah.
So on the ledge, more Archlander, more feet tacos, less commie, with adult supervision. Bring Artemis, Rain in the Clown.
Where is Artemis today, anyway?
We can bring up Archlander again. I like Archlander.
Yes, bring back the Archlander.
Archlander strokes Arch's ego very well. Go chat, make more Archlander memes. I will give you bonuses on your donations if you do.
Please, it'd be funny. Make one for every season.
Aaron Ben Asher becomes a member as well. Thank you very much, sir. Maranga 2, don't know if you addressed it, but David Seymour, the MP the Haka was aimed at, is also a Maori. On a side note, he's the party vote Ken guy. Ooh, that was a good one. Mark saying, on the FEMA story, when employer or boss tells you the word de-escalate, what they're saying is they won't hesitate to throw you under the bus. Good. Good. Buses are meant to be used
Fire is the answer.
for flattening employees. Aaron Ben Asher for shekels. There you go. He is purging himself of the evil money. Hassan interviewing a Houthi terrorist to the cheers of everyone was a real mask-off moment for Twitch in its entirety. Yes, it was.
Yep. Wait, hold on. Just in case I'm out of here before this super chat comes up. Brandon for $5. Why does Lumi know how expensive the horse adult toy is?
Good fucking question, Lumi.
Everyone has browsed Bad Dragon at least once. And Sarah, I see you right there. How do you know the name of it? How do you know the name of the horse dildo?
We're Googling it now, because if she guessed the exact price, then we know what Lumlum's into.
It was a guess because of how expensive Bad Dragon is.
Let's see. Well, I couldn't find anything on Bad Dragon. I can find an Etsy listing. Used horse dildo. Boy, that's
it's bad-dragon.com, I'm pretty sure.
Bad hyphen?
Bad-dragon.
Okay.
Do I have to look it up myself?
Don't act as if you don't have it bookmarked.
I
I don't.
Okay,
Oh,
hold on.
I
Arch, I'll put it-
remember. Kyle, yes. Kyle is a bad dragon dildo. Is he on sale anymore? He's not. Oh, that's a bit sad.
What the fuck is this one? And
What's it
also, why
called?
is this one called Archer? Arch. What the fuck?
I don't even.
No, look at this.
I don't even
Look at
know
this
if
shit.
we're allowed to show this. Honestly.
Look at the. What the fuck is this?
What the Dave? Hold on, let's see what this is.
David.
That's just.
David.
It's just
David paw.
It's called David's paw. It's just like a wolf paw.
Oh,
So if you want to get fisted by a wolf, you can use the wolf's paw.
that looks more like a. Yeah, no, that's more like a foot. I think that's more like if you want to.
Also, there you go, Mr. Archley.
There you go. I guess we can show this because that don't even look pornographic. That's just like a. And Lumlum found that one immediately. Of course she did.
Immediately.
Now we know
I
what's at
was
the top of
scrolling for-
Lumlum's fucking browser list there.
Oh my god.
And yeah, I think this would be the one that they had sent us.
It is.
All right, well, that's cheap. 90
preview
bucks. That's not too bad, I guess.
That's for a small.
Extra large. $220. Damn. Well, now we know.
Yep. Got rid of that shit when we moved.
Well, that's
Can't be worse than the butt baby. I still think the butt babies are worse.
categories.
Oh, man, the fucking butt wavy, dude.
Rideables. Excuse me?
And Arch is still browsing. He's shopping for later.
Okay, I just posted this one. What the fuck is this?
What the fuck?
David Muzzle.
What the fuck?
I think it's like a
That's for
werewolf
dudes.
fleshlight.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a blowjob toy, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but it's a
Ew.
wolf mouth.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sometimes you've got that urge to fuck an animal, I guess, and there you go. Oh, hey, I've seen these. There you go.
Seen what?
There we go. We can show this one too, because this one's actually not, sexual, unless you're a bit of a weirdo. There we go. I still don't know what the actual intended fetish for these things are, but they're like egg things, like little egg holders. I don't...
Oh, they're molds.
Molds?
It says egg mold.
Yeah, but, like, how do you... no, actually, no,
Hey,
no,
Arch,
no.
Arch, I'm gonna post this.
Oh,
okay?
no, I just
This is what it
realized.
is.
Are you
use it with
reading it,
this.
Arch?
You use it with this.
Yes, the ovipository egg plunger. Yeah, I realize now. Yeah.
Yeah, where there's
Oh.
some of these things will like squeeze eggs into your target.
Feeling a little ill now. Okay, never mind.
Also, Arch.
Never mind.
Arch, did you read what you will need to prepare gelatin eggs?
Nope, don't want to know anymore.
Well, I'm going to read it to you anyway. You need unflavored gelatin, water, a wooden spoon, a saucepan, and a mixing bowl. So yeah, you just use unflavored gelatin. Ew.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so apparently you get this sticker with every order.
I mean, I would
What the
probably, yeah, I'd probably assume this was a fairly gay thing, so.
So, and there we go.
Yeah. But why? Okay, but I have to now ask the question that everyone in chat is asking themselves. Why unflavored? Why not cherry?
Yeah, why not choose a flavor? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that will heighten infections more because of the sugar in there. Unflavored gelatin doesn't have sugar in it.
You
maybe, yeah.
know too much about this.
It's Jell-O. I wouldn't know stuff about Jell-O. Jesus Christ. Anything with sugar and bacteria. Basic fucking science here, Arch.
I don't know. I didn't know that, and I'm fairly intelligent. But it had never occurred to me that it would be unfortunate to
Heresy's
have
the
flavored
question.
jello
Fire
inside
is
of
the
me.
answer.
Never thought about it. Not for a second in my entire fucking life did I ever think about
Didn't you
that.
just ask why not cherry?
Yes, because I was curious. Why not cherry?
Yes.
So hold on, they have a surprising amount of like non-sexual products. Like at the
Yeah,
very
they've
bottom,
got
there's, like,
coloring
merch.
books. That's when I first discovered them.
Yeah, there's like there's T-shirts and then there's plushes of the various animals you can fuck, and then there's like there's drinkware. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Are they this popular of a brand? Really?
Oh, yes. I think they're like the brand in fantasy dildos. Is that a term? Fantasy dildos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, what the fuck? Hold on. Before we get going, here,
Oh, no.
open this page up. Maybe off screen, Arch. Okay. Why would you ever want like a dildo keychain?
Oh my
Are you
fucking
ever-
god.
Are you ever gonna actually attach your keys to this thing and like walk around
Well,
with this?
well, we speculated on another time that this was, brought up. That here's the thing: if you're the kind of person who shops at Bad Dragon, maybe you're looking for somebody who's into the same thing as you. So you just sneak that
Heresy's the
logo
question.
on a T-shirt,
Fire is the
and
answer.
most people won't get it. But those who will get it might give you a little wink and a nod, like, "Hey." Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like,
Also,
are those
Heresy's the question.
too?
Fire is the
apparently, Bad Dragon owns a race car. It won the National
What?
Auto Sport Association time trial.
Huh.
So clearly, the fantasy dildo market is booming.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Anywho, Superchats. Dryfee, didn't Houthis also just attack a U.S. warship? They do that on
Yes.
occasion.
They,
Yep.
Like they actually hit pretty significantly a warship, and oh man, yeah. I wonder what's gonna happen since they actually did touch our boats this time.
Listen, I don't care who's president. Doesn't matter if they do it now. Doesn't matter if they do it in 3 months. But America's got to send some fucking boys in there to shake that up. Start
Don't
launching
touch
some
our
missiles,
boat.
guys.
I've seen some military dudes post like shorts and shit, and it's like, hey, when are we gonna get sent out? They touched our boat.
Yep, don't touch the
Yeah,
boats.
get
That's
down.
it's an ironclad rule. It didn't work out for Carthage. It didn't work out for France. It's not going to work out for Iran.
No.
Kiddo has been around for 6 months. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Yes, if solidified into the correct shape.
If carbonated.
Tarantine, don't forget over 50% of the ADL's
guaranteed
examples are
citizenship.
Pepe. Oh, of course it is. Zach Donnell, petition for mandatory starfish cam for streamers. You know, chat, if you pay me $1,000, I'll show you my ass, fully clothed. Of course.
That's pretty cheap for Arch prices. Wow, are you selling out, Arch?
Yep.
You really want to show your ass for that cheap?
Just take a picture of my
Shameful,
pants
Arch.
and be like, there you go, you weirdos.
Shameful, Arch. Selling out, you whore.
Plus, then I can write model on my CV. Aaron Benasha, hateful shekels for fish. Thank you.
Yay.
Much ashamed. Arch. Image search nightscope. For $2? I don't know. Okay,
Are you
fine.
gonna ask the Mexican to do it for you for free?
Oh, it's the dumb little security robot. That one. See, this one makes me immediately think of the old adage, everything's a dildo if you're
Heresy's
brave
the
enough.
question. Fire is
Yeah.
the answer.
And yeah, it
Yeah.
did get knocked over and like be destroyed. Because, yeah, weirdly enough, the urban youth do not respect the robot. The war has escalated.
Dev can make it disappear. Oh no.
Oh God, that's a fantastic. Okay, even better. Right, I got this. Now, Nightscope has you covered, inside and out. Ooh, it vibrates, Dev. It shakes.
No, thank you.
Sit on it, Dev. It'll have you covered, all right. God. Okay, I'm sorry, Dev, for what I'm about to say, but I have an overactive imagination, and I just got the picture.
Oh no.
Of you sitting all the way down on this, like fully inserted, like bloated, and the siren is beeping, so you see the flashing light spinning like red and blue inside of you.
Uh-huh.
And there's a wee-woo sound. Like wee.
Oh.
Guess you gotta have someone draw that.
That's there we go. There you go, Chad. Wee-woo, wee-woo. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Is there a flashing light emote?
If Arch was able to draw, I think he would be tormenting us with everything he sees in that messed up little head of his.
Heresy's
there
the
we go.
question. Fire is the answer.
Please, lights. Tenacious B, Dev. Month ago, Lumi and Artemis were confused in what you do with a 5 pounds tube of raw cookie dough you bought at Sam's. Please explain the enema process.
Did you really do the cookie dough enema, Art? Dev, really?
No. What?
We told you not to do the cookie dough enema.
Is this a joke? I don't know what's going on here.
Let's see. Cookie dough. There you go. So, Dev, I remember this. I think you were here. Or is it... Who was it? There was something about having 5 pounds of cookie dough and
Fire is the answer.
putting it up your bum.
We were talking about coffee enemas, and then you were bringing up cookie dough. And I don't think Dev was here, so you were using him as a little punching bag.
There we go.
Service
That's what a
guarantees
cookie dough
citizenship.
enema looks like, chat, once it's freshly squeezed.
Wow.
You ruined Dairy Queen Blizzards for me now. Thanks, Art.
Yep.
That's pretty much exactly what it looks like, though. A little light colored, but, you know.
I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Okay, don't get lost.
Got a little bit too excited to buy that one. Scarf of the Strange, God help us when the ADL finds Sex with Hitler game.
Oh, man.
Wish I could
Everyone,
play
buy your
that
copies of Sex with Hitler and Sex with Stalin before they go away.
Sandum, Arch, what is Lum Lum's new fetish of the week? I was considering inflation.
What?
Because she was talking about having a secret surprise for me before the stream, and it turned out to be a good one. But I was on guard, so I had like Tori on speed dial to draw Lum Plum, which is just really fat Lum Lum.
Lum Plum? You were scared that was going to be something bad, and you were just going to have revenge art ready to go.
Yep. But on the bright side, like Tori is earning a lot of money from this, so.
Hey, you like Lolly Art, so you shouldn't be mean to Lum Lum today.
Smilomaniac, or Lolly Arch on calendar. Well, you only need to raise about $200 to make it happen. 214 actually. Demikid, Cal Cestus from the game might work for Star Wars. Maybe, but... Lazy Viking, Palpatine's return showed us that Disney has the power to resurrect the dead. Prepare for Zombie Luke. I mean, that'd be a better idea than Cal Kestis. I never liked him much. The Jifoy, Benjamin Walker can play young Liam Neeson. Can he? Benjamin Walker. There we go. Something in my Google search that isn't pornographic. I don't know. Much aimed, mods for Star Wars Empire at War has better lore. Of course it does. It's a fan-made game. Boog, hot evil Ray, you say? Check your DMs. DJ, I have no idea who that terrible purple octopus is on Archer's head, but she's pretty based.
Service guarantees citizenship.
I'm a mermaid.
Tarantine, no make sexy dark Talon. Mike Merchant, there is a disturbing lack of mechs in Star Wars as well. 20 to whoever bumps the Deathclaw off the list. Alright. There we go, that's more. Unfortunately, the Dick Girl Deathclaw is at the top of the list now. She's number 1 with $626. We need a lot more to bump her down. Come on, people, mobilize those wallets. Silver Commando 78, we'll need movies like Chinatown. Dev, what Chinatown? Caleb Knight, hello Archibald, hello Foot Taco Fish. If they actually want to bring it back, just turn the EU to a bunch of shows word for word, no changes or anything. Extended universe, I'm presuming, rather than the European Union.
Yeah.
Normal man. Dev, I will bring peace, justice, and security to my new empire. Arch, your new empire? My new empire. Aussie 95.
Yes, base. Empire good.
I would like a Star Trek show following Picard when he was on Stargazer or The Lost Era. I just want a Picard that isn't that dude, that bald dude, because I don't like him anymore. He's gay.
He has kind of turned into a little wiener, hasn't he?
Indeed. Mr. Schnitzel himself, I'm losing my sister to a bisky brain rot. I don't know what a bisky is.
Can you spell it?
B-S-K-Y.
Oh, Blue Sky.
Ah.
It sounds like his sister's going to Blue Sky.
Well,
Twitter.
if she likes diapers, you better intervene now. Oh, and hello, I just noticed Mags in chat. Hello, Mags. Sonny Shallow, 101. They should adapt the Republic comics from the Star Wars Multimedia Project. Yes, comics good. And thank you for your first super chat, too. While you're hating, here's an idea. Fire Kathleen Kennedy, replace her with Timothy Zahn, give him a blank check to get him in, and tell him he can do whatever he wants. And then you realize that Timothy Zahn has some fucking filthy-ass fetishes, and you begin regretting that.
Wait, does he?
You might. Local Birdbrain, I am on Dev's side. Diaper porn for life. What is the appeal in diaper porn, Dev?
I don't know, because I don't actually like it. This is just some forced-ass meme.
Boog, all my chats towards the Evil Ray calendar. Check DMs. Boog, first, summarize. Secondly, are Mexican hog tacos even worth anything anymore? Are you sure you're not owing me more every time you donate? Like, I'm worried that you're actually subtracting money from my bank account whenever you send your little Mexicans.
It turns out that they're actually so worthless that to convert them with PayPal, you actually end up losing money.
Oh, damn. There you go. That's why we keep Boog around. Is this? Yeah, this is actually recent. My God. Apparently, DL site, that site that does like a lot of the Japanese hentai games and stuff and offers them to the West, has hired Sweet Baby's Japan branch.
What?
Yeah, which is apparently exists.
That sounds fucking ridiculous. It's a porn site.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Did you put the link in live links?
Nope.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Put it in live links.
Put it in there, Arch.
I feel like Discord might be mean to me for half of this stuff, but
yeah. It's fine.
You're fine. Ugh, need to sign in my fucking Pixiv.
Huh. Well, that's sussy
Also,
buck, huh?
Boog, I think you're still paying attention to Kibbs more than we might be. When is the next Project Zomboid game?
Post-transition.
Sweet Baby Nippon? Are we?
So on the lich, nothing is connected, has been evoked. Let's forget the obvious infiltration, the unabashed statements of intent from bad actors. Deviant truth. Silly Def.
When did I say anything like that? Okay, God damn it. Listen, guys. You keep making shit up about me, and I don't appreciate it, but thank you for spending money to do so.
Black 917, hail Arch Christ, our Lord and Savior. Hi Dev, hi Lum Lum. Hashtag Mirella. Mirella Q. Miller Mark. The quiet one. The definition of assault includes action and motivation. Therefore, self-defense must exclude that action or
Heresy's the
motivation.
question. Fire is the answer.
Body dang. Dev, why did you run after stabbing that man in self-defense? Dev does do that. Zero. Our Tory party don't meaningly differ from Labour. True. It does not. It should be banned. Both of them. David Red, motivation is a type of thought. Thoughts should not and cannot be beholden to or influence law. Thoughts also cannot be independently verified. True.
I don't buy that at all. I think that's actually kind of ridiculous that you like how do you think courts determine mens rea, guys? Come on.
But Dev, what am I thinking right now?
You know what I mean?
No.
You can look at people's behaviors and determine their state of mind with a reasonable degree of accuracy, at least enough for a prosecution.
Yeah, but that's not judging their thoughts, necessarily. That is making a relative observation with burden of truth.
Well, yeah, but the whole point of mens rea is motivation, right? Mens rea literally means the guilty mind. It's part of committing a crime. For a lot of crimes is having the guilty mind.
Yeah, no, not quite.
Yes, it is.
The guilty mind is quite misleading because that seems to indicate thought. That is not the intent of mens rea. It is to determine the state of mind. That is a very important distinction. It is to determine whether or not they did it willingly or coerced or if they were crazy. That is not the same as divulging their motivation, not motivation, but intent. Intent's the more correct word. Basically, like you can reasonably assume that somebody intended to rob somebody if they walked up to them, pointed a gun at them, and say, "Give me your money." You're not trying to read their mind by doing so. You are judging their intent and their actions.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not sure how that's related to what I said, though.
I'm pretty sure it was somehow.
So okay, here's so this is not what you said, Arch, but this guy here in the chat says motive doesn't matter. Def, it absolutely fucking matters, and you're ridiculous to say that. Like, of course, motive fucking matters. I mean, the difference between like simple assault and aggravated assault is partially motive, right? Like, if you assault someone just to hit them, and then you assault someone with the intention of murdering them or raping them or stealing from them, it's different. These are different crimes, and we understand this.
Scott the Kilt, self-preservation is a motivation for a violent, potentially lethal self-defense counter-assault. Counter-assault. Yeah, but it's not legal speaking. Bad. Tri-feed, judged by 12 rather than carried by 6. Maybe. Honestly, I just don't like judges at all. Or jury trials. I think they're outdated. Terribly so.
Guarantees citizenship.
AI judges for the win. Or AI jurors. We can have AI jurors too if you want to. I think that would work out pretty much the same thing, but we can do that. I like AI judges too. Vari Letsra, as you mentioned, Adolf Arch, fun fact, I had a bug in Hoi 4 after the update and got the achievement to take over all the US as a female leader Germany with Hitler in power. Hitler was a woman. There you go. Hitler was a woman. We know it now because Paradox told us so. Boring name. To cause pain to your mind, Arch, cherry would distract from natural flavors. Ooh, disgusting. Plus, the natural flavors are not that good, okay? Okay? Dethan CSGO shows your profile picture. Gulsheg, Arch uses Dev's autistic babbling to solidify his talking point, but Arch fails to realize Dev's voice is like nails on a chalkboard to most viewers. It's not that bad. He's just a little Dev. He's just a little Dev. Mark Shane, Max Headroom, lawyers are computers and judges is just a game show host. Every courtroom becomes a Phoenix Wright game. I wouldn't mind that. At least it would be entertaining. Fuzzy Brains, how about we replace the judges with Judge Dredd judges instead? At the very least, justice would be quick in that case, which would be an improvement over our current justice system. Boring name, Arch, when do you send Dev surströmming? It's in the mail.
Hold on, just real quick. Yes, someone sent a chat that is related to me, and I'm going to be gone in 8 minutes, so I'll answer it now. The Scottish court decided Count Dankula's intent, he's a Nazi, and ignored the intent that he gave, annoying his girlfriend. Dev is retarded. Listen, no one agrees that that was a good ruling by the court. We all agree that that was fucking stupid. All right, don't try to pin that shit to me, okay? But this idea that courts can somehow become corrupted and decide intent for you improperly, that means that we have no reliable way to decide intent. That's also stupid. All right.
Barbarian name Arch. When do you send Dev Sutaming? That one. The send repair code isn't neutral. It's a reflection of its coder. Yes, it is, but we can write code that is neutral. Like, that is possible. It is at the very least easy, because this is the same argument, right? If the human is always flawed, then the judge is always flawed. But at least the machine has the potential of being unflawed if we feed it enough neutral data. And the law is supposed to be neutral. Intentionally, perfectly, ideally. Shadow Fox 1300. French MREs are pretty good. They love our MREs. For the same reason, traded a few of mine to them when I was sharing a FOB in 2017. Bobbering name March. Cooking episode when 10-2 Stalker games. When 10-2 Stalker games. Well, Ben, Dev eating veggie omelette. MRE. I dare you to do it.
I know how bad that is already. I do watch Steve 1989.
Sounds
if you send it to me, I'll eat it, but it's gonna fucking be awful. So hold on. This one guy in the chat, Dev goes mask off and says the law was correct and Dankula was bad. Thank you. I didn't fucking say that. Like, do you even listen to me when I talk? Listen. How come there are so many stupid people? God damn it.
Can I Dev? I say no. Therefore, you are wrong. Simple. It's pretty simple. Alexander Dev says, a thing chat disagrees with thing Dev. This person is retarded. You see why some of chat dislikes you, Dev. Daily Dev.
I literally just read out something that someone in chat said that was actually retarded. So yes.
Dev's got to get better at the optics. More soothing, yes. Fractal Jack, MAID is part of the Canadian healthcare system. Enough said. Healthcare is socialist, Dev.
So one thing, okay, putting that fucking argument aside, one thing that has come out about MAID recently to really hammer home just how bad it is that even though the MAID numbers have gone up, the numbers of non-MAID, just like self-suicides, have stayed the same. So what that means is they're not even getting people who do want to kill themselves and then just doing that officially, because the actual suicide rate has remained constant. That would be going down if we expect those people to be using MAID properly. That number would go down, but it's not. So what's actually happening is the people who are using MAID are people who would not have killed themselves had MAID not existed, which is just like a fucking terrible indictment against this system. Like, it's fucking awful what's happening here.
Socialist healthcare is truly terrible, Dev.
It's not bad because it's socialist.
It's bad because it's socialist, Dev.
Socialism doesn't have like a monopoly on the idea of suicides, Arch, or euthanasias.
All suicides stem from socialist thought, Dev.
Wait. So people never killed themselves pre-Marx?
Nope.
Okay. You have to be trolling me.
Oh, if they did so, they did so in masculine ways, like Cleopatra.
But wasn't that poison? And wasn't Cleopatra a girl?
Yeah, but that's pretty masculine. To get yourself bitten by a fucking snake just to deny the Romans? That's pretty hardcore, bro. Zero, something new.
Service guarantees
New.
citizenship.
Bobbering name. Wait, Dev, a Canadian, is feeling squeamish about war crimes?
Oh, wait. This fucking $5. Dev, I support communism. When did I ever fucking say that?
I don't know, Dev, yesterday?
Never. Never.
But boring name Arch, when does Dev
Here's
get a
the
new
question.
Stalin
Fire
mustache
is the
avatar?
answer.
Well, we do have one that's kind of like that, but I don't want to take away the cookie dough enema. Zero, Lumi, if I clean my depression pile in my office and post it on Discord, will that be a useful prompt?
If you would like to do that, you can. After the ArchCast, I am going to be cleaning at least the depression pile on my desk.
How many cans are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I have my bottle of whiskey and a Baja Blast in a cup.
Lum lum.
Damn. Honestly, I don't know if you remember this, but this was years ago. But Lilith was in the call at one point, and I said to her like, "Hey, just slam your fist on your desk for 1 second," and then she did it, and you could hear the sound of like 4 cans tipping over.
Oh.
Like, oh, caught you out.
Kenneth Leo.
Whiskey and Baja Blast good. I don't mix them. My whiskey, I don't even want to say what kind of whiskey it is just because of what's on the goddamn screen. I have cookie dough whiskey and it tastes so good. It tastes like a warm cookie.
Coming out or going in?
I'm going to hurt you.
Kenneth Leo, hey Art, are you familiar with the Chapter Master fan game that is receiving updates after GW shut down the original? They have a Discord. Do they now? That's interesting. I might have a look at it. SCR HawkX, public healthcare hinders private healthcare, making it strictly harming the free market, makes it lead towards socialist ideas. Healthcare is socialist, Dev. So on the Lich, Devon's absolute conviction on one position, doggy style, for more stability, UN on the mouth, on the mouth, and she in the back door. G. I once came across a channel reviewing dildos, chat. It was the weirdest things I've ever seen. You saw this woman there who looked tired. Like the kind of tired that a woman only becomes after having been absolutely cored out by one too many 24-inch plastic toys, okay? And she's holding up this, like, the size of your arm fucking dildo. And she's talking about how it now has a pump action. She can pump a little thing to make it squirt stuff. And I'm like, wow, this is content now.
Huh.
Don't you want me, Lum Lum? You know the squirty thing. The pump action shotgun thing.
I don't.
God damn it.
I don't. I really don't.
It's where you put the cookie dough.
Well,
I wish I could ban you from your own chat. That'd be fucking hilarious. give me higher power so I can.
The horse dildo that I was sent actually came with one of those
Service
like pressure
guaranteed
tubes. You
citizenship.
could like get a syringe and squeeze a bunch of fluid up it.
See?
Do you still have that pressure tube? Just not the funny dildo? Dev?
Nope, it's all gone. It's all tossed out.
Okay. And it didn't come with the
Heresy's the question.
stuff?
Fire is the answer.
No, it came with the tube of the stuff. Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so what about this? What about carbonated? Hmm?
No.
Carbonated lube.
Yeah, feel that fizz? Feel the fizz.
Carbonated fake semen.
No.
Oh man, Kate, now that's gonna be some content. Get like 50 guys to jack off into a thing and then
What?
just carbonate it.
It's a
I feel
little
like I'm gonna
gross.
throw up.
All right, come on, porn stars, do it. It's time.
Well, also, by the way, Dev, all the fake cum it's all gone, Dev. It's
Yep, all gone.
all
I
gone.
threw it all out when we moved, man. It's all gone.
Threw it out. I see. All gone, huh? Well, that's unfortunate that you ran out, Dev. Brendan, why does Louis know how expensive a horse a doll toy is? Who knows? It is
We already went
a
through this.
mystery, Brandon. Yeah, but if I say it with the correct inflection, it makes all the difference.
I'm going to track you down and I'm going to harm you one day.
Bob Boring name Arch, the eggs are likely edible. Is that your Christmas gift to Kibbs? See, again, like, okay, so this is why you have the cherry flavor, okay? Because presumably, once you've laid the eggs inside of the woman, and then you pop them out, surely there must be someone there to then eat the eggs? Like, you can't just throw them away, surely. That's a bit wasteful, isn't it? No? Just throw them out? Why would you do that?
Sounds like you want to eat them.
Kinder eggs! Exactly, Chad, but for adults. And without the chocolatey goodness. Boss Tiger, could you please explain to our resident 40k newbies the Gate Crusher Space Marine chapter? Gay.
To be fair, Arch, there might be some chocolatey goodness still in there.
Oh, disgusting, Dev. Don't you clean your ass first? He doesn't. Dev, is this your diaper play coming out again? Barbarian name. To cause pain to your mind, Arch, cherry would distract from the natural flavors. Disgusting. Listen, Lum Lum's feet cookies are one thing, but this is getting too far. Maestro, to Mark, Dev was so disappointed when Trump won. His dreams of being tied to a chair and punished by President Kamala in Soviet officer attire were crushed.
Man, I'm sorry for your loss, Dev.
Adam Unfriended, every time Dev starts simping for the government, he looks like he's about to file taxes and get a little too sexually excited about it.
God damn it. Stop making up shit about me.
You really love the tax man, huh?
No.
Mr. Next Anyone, so can you explain the Black Hawk's laddie in IA? And if you say training exercise, you are disingenuous, Dev, need to see the truth. Also, Ariel. For Ariel, Lumi, did you like Deep Rock Galactic? And make sure it has C4 in it. For Dev to help him.
I did like Deep Rock Galactic. I was asking Mr. Archley if he would like to play with me sometime, and he said, no, over Arch's cold dead body. Arch hates that game.
It's a pretty terrible video game.
It's a pretty decent game, isn't it?
Nope.
Yes, it's great, but I think Arch is just bad at video games, which is why he doesn't want to play Deep Rock Galactic.
It's a pretty bad game.
Actually, hold on.
How's it a bad game?
Arch, you played Resident Evil 4. I saw you playing it a little bit. How'd you like that game?
Good game.
Okay,
Why
well,
don't you like
you
Deep
have
Rock
at least some
Galactic?
taste. You have some taste.
What did Deep Rock Galactic do to Arch to make him hate it so?
Boring video game, Lum Lum. You should be ashamed of yourself.
There's a difference between, turn off your brain game and a boring game. I have seen boring games. Deep Rock Galactic is a shut off brain, go unga bunga, rock and stone.
Oh, someone in the chat asked Lumi, Barrow Trauma when? Barrow Trauma's fun.
Whenever Arch wants to plan Barrow Trauma.
That's... You could have like another one of those giant ships with like 12 people on it like last time, Arch?
Service guarantees citizenship.
Probably not that bad. Hopefully.
Yeah, because Kibbs' ship was fucking huge. It was fun, though. It was a fun time.
Zero, Arch the Visionary. Wee woo, wee woo. Yes. Marksman 117B, Lumi sucks on a gun barrel for taste, for Deathclaw. But why?
I mean, like, in a
Service
fictional
guarantees
sense, I do really like the art that has girls just, like, having to suck on a gun barrel. Like, it's that little extra bit of, oh, but what if he shoots her type of thing.
You're weird, Lumi.
It's hot.
You're weird, Lumi.
Wait, hold on. You think sucking on guns is hot?
When you're forced to, yes.
Damn.
Zero, do I need to start currency converting to dollars? Yes. And Sky for the Strange, Raging Golden Eagle will have a field day with this. He probably will. To be fair, lots of people should have a field day with this. It's looking pretty retarded.
What was he talking about?
The DL site apparently hiring Sweet Baby Inc. or something.
Oh, fuck, it's so stupid, man.
Especially as I'm looking at some screenshots of the things they took down right now for Lolly. It's a massive pink-haired woman with tits the size of her thighs, so, I don't know. Doesn't look very underage to me, but who am I to judge? The DCV Titan, Dev, why are there so many stupid people? Also, Dev, I support communism. Dev answering his own question.
Stop making shit up.
Most next anyone. All socialist is evil. Period. 2+ this for Ariel.
Heresy's the question.
Kenneth
Fire is the
Leo,
answer.
I'm a dev on the team. I sent an email to you. I did see that one. I haven't gotten back to it yet. I'll probably get back to it at some point. Probably. Maybe. Possibly. Bloodthirsty. Man, these guys have some really snazzy uniforms. Dev, 1940s Germany. Also, how do you
Fire
feel
is the
on pre-orders where I want the physical shit they're including?
Wait, what?
How do you feel on pre-orders where you get stuff, like physical stuff?
Oh, yeah, that's all right. Yeah. If you're getting like, you pre-order, you get like a, little like a map of the game sometimes, or like an art booklet. It's like, yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm not against pre-orders. For some reason, people are, but I'm not against them. It's the free market, man. You want to pre-order, you go and pay for it. Listen, guys. If you guys are against pre-orders, you're communists because you're restricting the marketplace.
David the Red, thoughts should be utterly independent of law. If thoughts start to affect law, then that will inevitably want to try and control thought. Look at the UK. Yes. Where approaching a woman with unclean intent is a crime.
That's so fucking dumb. What do you mean thought should be separate from law? All law comes... Okay. Everything that is human-made started as a thought, guys. Come on.
Selection Doppelganger, what do you think the stats are of people taking revenge on police for Minecrafting their pets? Probably not that high, because the police do have a lot of guns, so...
No John Wicks or anything?
I don't think so. Black 917, I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic right now. I'll happily with you, Lumi.
Yay!
And Mirella Q.
It's a good game.
Melmark. Local Bird Brain, on behalf of accountants, Dev, I too get a bit excited doing taxes. I'm here to justify all your disgusting preferences. Also, what species should be in the diaper yiff I'll be buying of you?
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
What species, Dev? What kind of poop do you prefer? He's thinking about it. It's not a decision Dev can take lightly.
Because once a species is picked for him, that's the only thing people are going to draw from now on.
Probably right now.
Go on.
Service
Dev still
guaranteed
thinks motive
citizenship.
is necessary for a conviction. I never said necessary. Oh, fuck.
Hey, Dev.
There's so many stupid people. I never
Hey,
said
Dev.
necessary. You fucking... What? Wait, Louis, what?
What species would you be if you were a furry?
Service guarantees
Let me
citizenship.
think about it for a minute. I mean, sloth probably fits my personality type.
You heard it. Sloth. He wants sloth cub diaper.
Fuck off. I wanted to ask you, Lumi. Lumi, have you ever played Disco Elysium?
No.
It's an incredible RPG. I'm doing a thing where I'm finally sitting down and finishing Baldur's Gate 3, but at the same time, Naomi's going to be beside me playing through Disco Elysium for the first time because it's a great game.
Yeah. You
should actually try it because Kibbs picked it up and you said, "Wow, this is actually like one of the best RPGs that I've played." It's like, yes, it's really good. So you should give it a go.
Okay. When it's on sale, I might pick it up.
That's the next one. For Ariel, 5 years ago, military pulled 2 devices out of LA. They had Black Hawk helicopters land in downtown, take them away. They were radioactive. And for Ariel, I still have the video of the helicopters. Well, I don't know. They're probably just out having fun.
Heresy's
Driving
the question.
helicopters.
I decided to
Fire
go.
is the
I decided to
answer.
go check. It's 75% off right now, and it's up in like a day.
Okay.
Here, I'll DM it to you right now, Lumi.
Okay.
Heresy's the
Black
question.
13, House
Fire is the
Biscuit
answer.
Dev. We do not pre-order. That's true. House biscuit, Dev. He is a house biscuit. I don't even know what a house biscuit is. Mark the same. Everything to Tinkerbell, Pinkybell, and Stinkybell. Also, Dev said he loves Trudeau, just to get a reaction from Dev. I actually have a quote of Dev saying that Trudeau was great.
What?
Oh god, was it me saying he was great at doing something bad? You just cut it off.
No. I have you just lavishing praise upon Trudeau. I'll need to find it again.
Oh, it was his father, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was Pierre Trudeau, not Justin Trudeau. Yeah,
but
okay, yeah.
I don't need to point that out. I'll probably release that clip around the Canadian election just to, bring some attention your way.
Mm-hmm.
Most next in one for Ariel. Dev is necessarily stupid by default. Poor Dev. Being bullied. And Nightmare. I think feet have become safe horny.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Lum brings them up so
In
often.
a way, yeah. In a way.
I don't like feet. I don't like feet. I like other problematic stuff that people are like, why are you like this? And I'm like, because it's neat.
Like gun sucking?
Those are fun.
And foot cookies. She likes those.
No!
Most next in one for Ariel. You couldn't pay me to try Disco Elysium. You could pay me to try almost anything.
It's really good, man. Seriously. Yeah, I know. Like, I think Mercenary X21 is one of those dev haters, but unironically, really good game. Probably the best writing I've ever seen in a video game, ever.
It's like I will play just about anything because people will give me money to just enjoy my suffering. But yesterday I got a decent amount of money by enjoying Berserk during my member stream, so that was fun. We finally got to the Falcon of the Millennium Empire arc, and Farnice is still a freak, but I love her anyway.
Someone in the chat said, Canada, you should elect that guy that was eating the apple and talking smack. That is Pierre Poilievre. He is the Conservative Party leader right now, and he is basically the favorite to be a prime minister because no one fucking likes Trudeau anymore, and we're just waiting for his time to run out. He'll be the next PM for sure. It's pretty much all but concluded that it's going to happen.
And with that, we have gotten through all of our super chats. So thank you, everyone, very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donations. And thank you, Dev and Lumi, for hanging out today.
Of course.
Always fun.
And thank you, Lumi, for drawing me as a child. That was very nice of you.
It's terrible that Lolly Arch came out so cute. I told Tori to make the smug and the sass just stand out like no other.
And that it did. That it did indeed. Until next time, chat. Have a good night.
Good night, guys.
See ya.